Welcome back to the Lone Wolf Saga. We are on book um, number. I can't keep track of the numbers, but we are on the Jungle of Horrors. Probably book 8 or something. Um, yeah, so we are now. We've got 2 of the Lore Stones. We sort of ended up around here, here somewhere. Yeah, we just finished in Khazan-Ud, and now we're heading to the jungle. Like, I'm guessing this jungle here. The jungle is massive. Well, we'll find out now. Alright. You are the warrior, Lone Wolf, last of the Kai Masters of Summerland, and sole survivor of the massacre that destroyed your kinsmen during a bitter war with your age-old enemies, the Dark Lords of Helgadad. Many centuries have passed since Sun Eagle, the first of your kind, established the Order of the Kai. Aided by the magicians of Desi, he completed a perilous quest to find 7 crystals of power, known as the Lore Stones of Nixator. On discovering them, he unlocked the wisdom and strength that lay within both the Lore Stones and himself. He recorded the nature of his discoveries and experiences in a great tome entitled The Book of the Magna Kai. You have discovered this lost Kai treasure and have given a solemn pledge to restore the Kai to their former glory, ensuring the security of your land in the years to come. However, your diligent study of this ancient book has enabled you to master only 3 of the 10 Magna Kai disciplines. To fulfill your pledge, you must complete the quest first undertaken by Sun Eagle over 1,000 years ago and find the Lore Stones of Nixator. By doing so, you too will acquire the power and wisdom of the Magna Kai, which is held within the Lore Stones' crystal forms. Already your quest has taken you far from your northern homeland. Following in the footsteps of the first Kai Grandmaster, you journeyed to Desi and sought the help of the Elder Magi, magicians who aided Sun Eagle on his quest long ago. There you learned that one of the 7 Lore Stones was still present in their land, hidden deep within the island stronghold, known as Khazan-Ud, Castle Death. In the years since Sun Eagle first came to Desi, the fortress of Khazan-Ud had become the abode of a great but evil sorcerer called Zardah. The Elder Magi, realizing the danger of Zardah's increasing power, attempted to destroy Khazan-Ud, but they failed. In desperation, they constructed a prison of energy around the fortress to prevent Zardah from ever escaping. Steadily, however, his power grew, and the people of Desi lived in fear of the day when he would break free and wreak his vengeance upon them. When you resolved to enter Khazan-Ud to retrieve the Lore Stone, the Elder Magi rejoiced, for the success of your quest would bring about the destruction of Zardah and put an end to the bane that had haunted Desi for hundreds of years. You survived the perils of Castle Death and emerged triumphant, achieving that which the Elder Magi had believed to be impossible. During the victory celebrations held in your honor, you learned that for centuries the Elder Magi had been expecting your coming. Ancient Desi legend tells of the birth and rise to greatness of 2 Kura Taskai, sons of the sun. One was named Ikar, which means eagle, the other called Skarn, which means wolf. A prophecy foretold that the Kura Taskai would come from the north to seek the counsel of the Elder Magi in order that they might fulfill a great quest. Although separated by several centuries, they would share one spirit, one purpose, and one destiny: to triumph over the champions of darkness in an age of great peril. There's a lot of reading. At the Temple of Truth in Elzian, the magnificent capital city of Desi, the Elder Magi prepared you for the next stage of the Magna Kai quest. Lord Ramoa, the Speaker of the High Council, tutored you in the ancient histories of Magnamund, and you received lessons in lore that you would have learned from the Kai Masters if only they had survived the attack by the murderous Dark Lords of Helgadad. The Lore Stone you must find now lies hidden in a temple in the center of a jungle swamp known as the Danark. In ancient times, this huge area, once the crater of a massive volcano, was controlled by a powerful lord of evil called Agarash the Damned. The Elder Magi defeated him in a war that lasted 1,000 years 1,000 years, really? And, in the wake of its destruction, they turned the Danag crater into a rich and fertile paradise, the perfect setting for their most sacred place of worship, the Temple of Orido. The Danag flourished until a great plague befell the Elder Magi and decimated their race. They were forced to abandon the Danag and seek refuge in Desi. Slowly, the Danag was consumed by a creeping mire, which swallowed or poisoned all healthy forms of life. The crater became a sanctuary for a host of evil creatures who thrived in the fetid waters and a fought for control for the treacherous, shifting mudflats. Many came from the barren hills of Ogia, but many more awoke from lairs deep beneath the crater where they had lain dormant since the defeat of their master, Agarash the Damned, 8,000 years ago. Now the time for study has passed, and the time for swift action has arrived. Grim news from the west prompts the Elder Magi to cease their counseling and arrange for your immediate passage to the Danar. In the Dark Lord city of Helgadad, civil war has raged for 5 years following your defeat of Hakon, Archlord of the Black City. Now a new lord sits upon the throne of Helgadad, Dark Lord Gnag of Mosgoa. So Hakon was the hunchback magician. The Dark Lords are united behind their new leader, reports Lord Ramoa solemnly to his fellow elders of the High Council, and they are hungry for conquest and revenge. Their strength grows with each passing day. We dare delay no longer. Silently, the members of the High Council rise from their seats and turn to face you. No sounds reach your ears, yet the words of their blessing fill your mind. May the gods Ishir and Kai protect you on your journey into darkness. Korskan, they intone. Is Kai actually a god? Alright. So, we've already got weapon mastery. We can choose one more weapon. What do we have right now? Oh. Alright, well we can just choose like axe or something, whatever's common. It's a jungle. Axe would be helpful for cutting through vines. Alright, so and now we choose one more discipline. So we've got weapon mastery, curing, hunt mastery. Weapon mastery, curing, and hunt mastery. And oops. So we've satisfied the Circle of Fire. Could try and go for the Circle of Solaris, which would mean we should get pathmanship and invisibility. If we're going through a jungle, I would think pathmanship really makes sense. Like, navigation is pretty key. So, invisibility is also very useful though. Camouflage. Ooh, that's a tough choice actually. I would go for one of them. Well, animal control is also useful in a jungle. I really want to go for this Circle of Solaris, so... So it would be either pathmanship... Let's read them again. I think pathmanship is pretty good here. Alright, I'll take pathmanship. Got a backpack and a map. And some money. Is that going to be useful in the jungle? Got a map. The Danarg Swamp. So we're not where I thought it was. We're actually... Where is this? The Danarg unexplored. Magador. Where is this in the world? So we're looking for a big... That. Is it in Desi? No, it's not. Oh my god, it's over here. We've gone quite far now. We're all the way over here. Alright. Put that quiver away. We'll keep all the stuff because there's no limit to how many special items you can have. We've got a sword and a bow. Alright, so we'll definitely take the quiver. We'll take up to 5 of all the following. All meals and fire seeds count as one object. Alright, we'll take quiver, that's 1. Lantern will probably be useful. We don't have a lantern, do we? Lantern is a backpack item, so 2. Fire seeds seem quite useful. 3. Rope. 4. And lamp spur potion. 5. Alright then. So we are primate now. Improved disciplines. So if we reach the rank of primate, these upgrade. So curing. We can slow poisons and then venoms. Well, that's very useful in the jungle. We've got hunt mastery. Increased agility, able to climb without the use of climbing aids. Well, that's useful in the jungle. What's tutelary? Well, tutelary is the next step. Alright. Elzian. So we start... Where? Where's Elzian? I don't see it. Is... Alright, well... Oh, no, we're out of the map. Alright. I'll be right back. You leave Elzian under cover of darkness on a trading ship bound for Garthen. It is a trim vessel, lean, proud, and simple in design. One of 1,000 such ships that sail the chain of landlocked seas and lakes dividing the northern and southern continents of Magnamond. Its passage along this great waterway, called the Terrarius, is unlikely to invite undue attention, and it is for this reason that the Elder Magi have placed you aboard. So we're going along this river that breaks through. The nature of your voyage is secret, but you are not alone, for a guide has been chosen to accompany you on your dangerous mission. His name is Paido, a tall, ebony-skinned vaqueros who is a master of the art of battle magic. Among his fellow warriors, he is a high-ranking lord, respected and honored for his bravery and skill on the field of battle. Yeah, he's not going to live for long, is he? Now, for the mission that lies ahead, he has exchanged his gold and scarlet robes for the clothes of a commoner, a roving adventurer with a sword for hire. It is a disguise you two have adopted to veil your true identity on the long voyage to the land of Telestria, where a rendezvous with royalty awaits you. You sail westwards, a benevolent wind filling the triangular sail and skimming the ship across the still, blue waters. The hull seems to slide over the surface of the water rather than cut its way through, and you cannot help but wonder if Paido has conjured some magic to speed your passage. Your first port of call is the city of Talon, where food, stocks, and fresh water are replenished. Then the voyage continues along the Tintarius to the port of Aurello, the last stopping place before your ship-bound journey ends at Garthen, crown capital of Telestria. Alright, these are places somewhere. It is an hour past midnight when you dock at Varnos Harbour in Garthen, a sprawling network of quays and cracked stone jetties that shelter great fleets of merchants, traders, and dhows. Silently, like a shadow, you disembark and follow Paido through the twisting harbour streets, slowly climbing the steep stairs that connect one level of Garthen to the next. Rusty lanterns cast pools of yellow light beneath the timbered balconies, illuminating the stalls of merchants and vendors who will haggle, brag, and barter in the crowded streets till dawn. Paido halts at an iron-shod door and raps the grille with the hilt of his blue steel sword. A man's face appears, stern and handsome, with smooth dark hair and keen, intelligent eyes. A smile of recognition softens his lordly features when he sees Paido. In an instant, the door swings open and you are ushered inside. The man's name is Adamas, Lord Constable of the Royal Citadel, protector and cousin of Queen Evane of Telestria. For centuries, a strong bond of friendship has existed between the royal household and the magicians of Desi, and when called upon by the Elder Magi to help you in your quest, Queen Evane pledged her support without hesitation. She has volunteered the services of Lord Adamas, who is to ensure your safe and unhindered passage through Telestria to the borders of the Danag. At dawn, after snatching a few hours' sleep, you are taken by coach to the East City Wharf, where an empty corn barge is waiting to ferry you up river. Haulage is provided by 8 large Gorkas, hairy ox-like creatures from the plains of Slovia, which are harnessed to the barge by chains. They lumber along the cobbled towpath, continually kept in line by the stinging lash of the barge owner's Zulhide whip. The next day, the barge arrives at a small river village called Lona, where a detachment of Lord Adamas' cavalry, resplendent in surcoats of scarlet and grey, provide you with horses for the cross-country journey to the fortified city of Foena. Ill news greets you in Foena, the city of triple towers. Zegron, warlord of Zanar, ruler of the barren highlands of Ogia, has amassed an army of Drakarim warriors. 3 days ago they attacked the border town of Lukos to the north. The Telestrian garrison put up a brave and spirited defense, but they were hopelessly outnumbered by the bloodthirsty Ogian horde that drove through the perimeter walls with battering rams and engines of war. The Drakarim razed Lukos to the ground, and only a handful of survivors escaped to tell of the dreadful battle. The situation is grave, reports Lord Adamas, returning from an emergency conclave of his fellow Telestrian knights. For decades, Zegron and his minions have raided our northern territories, but never before with such determination and strength. We must mobilize our army for war, for it is war that Ogier has invited by its unforgivable attack on Lukos. I must return to Garthen to muster my retainers in preparation for battle and inform the Queen of the evil that threatens her realm. I can no longer escort you to the Danag, though your quest must proceed in spite of all that conspires against it. He sends for his scribe, who arrives with helpers laden with the paraphernalia of his craft. He dictates an order of safe conduct and sets the impression of his signet ring into the hot wax seal before passing the parchment to you. Hello, Wugger. Our northern people are a frontier breed, wary and suspicious of strangers. If challenged, show this pass, and your safe passage will be assured by all who are loyal to Queen Yvain. Early next morning, Lord Adamas accompanies you and Paido to the main square of Thoina. It is from here that your quest begins. The first leg of your journey to the Danag will take you north to the town of Tharo, which nestles in the fertile uplands of Telestria. There are two ways of reaching the town. You can travel by road, or you can take a barge along the river Foran. Alright, we just started this next book. We're heading to... So last book we were here. We've basically taken a boat along this big river all the way through the continent up to here, Telestria, where we have to go into the Danag to get the next Lawstone, and there's some evil guy in there, of course. Which is a jungle, apparently. Doesn't look like it's marked like a jungle, it looks like a lake. So right now we are at... We want to get to Tharo. Which is there. So we can go by river, or we can go along the road. I think I'll go by road. Like road as in what, on foot or by horse? I assume we can get hold of a horse. Alright, we'll go by road. The morning sky is filled with a sullen grey haze, and around you the tall plains grass undulates like a green sea, stirred to motion by a chill westerly breeze. The Great North Road cuts a straight line to the horizon with tracks that lead to cottages and farmsteads branching off at regular intervals. Sheep and cattle graze by the roadside, and the air is rich with the scents of the farmyard, flowers, and damp grass. We should reach Tharo by sundown, you comment, checking your position on the map. Maybe, replies Paido, cautiously, and points to a menacing streak of blue-black cloud rolling across the skyline from the west, just so long as we stay ahead of the storm. Well, the storm's less of a big deal on the road than it is on the barge, isn't it? By noon, you have put 30 miles behind you, but you still have 30 more to ride before you reach the town of Tharo. Steadily, the sky is darkening, and what began as fine drizzle has now developed into sheets of heavy rain. Both of you are drenched, and your horses are beginning to steam as they splash through the ankle-deep puddles that punctuate the muddy highway. Through the pall of rain, you see an inn on the banks of a stream, whose waters are greatly swollen by the storm. A wide stone bridge spans the rushing torrent, and a mill with a thatched roof stands close by. I mean, it's raining, but that's not a big deal, is it? I suppose we might be cold. But we're not tired or injured. Alright, we'll stop at the inn, I suppose. There's always people in inns to give advice. means we can play our tavern music. You stable both horses and investigate the mouth-watering smell of freshly baked wheat cakes that wafts through the doorway of the inn. "Welcome," hails a friendly voice as you cross the threshold. "Come in and dry yourselves by the fire." A black-bearded dwarf with an equally black patch covering his right eye stands behind the counter, his barrel-like body obscured from the chest down. "Perhaps you two gentlemen would care for some fare." With an open sweep of his hands, he draws your attention to the plates of cakes and kegs of ale that are spread along the bar. Let's dry ourselves by the fire first. You hang your dripping kai cloak over the back of an empty chair and draw it close to the blazing log fire. Your entrance has drawn curious glances from the tavern crowd, and you can hear them speculating. In hushed voices on the purpose of your visit, Pydo removes his backpack and hooded cape before joining you at a table. The whisperings increase as the plains folk catch sight of his dark skin and plaited flaxen hair. "Pay no attention to them," advises the dwarf. "They are a might suspicious folk, and news of late's done naught to better their nature." You nod benignly and assure the dwarf that they have nothing to fear from two travel-weary adventurers on their way north in search of work. Pydo reaches for his pack and removes half a loaf of black bread and a slab of salted pork. He is about to offer you a share when a loud voice, full of indignation, rings in your ear. "What do you think you're up to?" It is the voice of the cheerful dwarf, although the sight of you preparing to eat your own food in his tavern has greatly soured his mood. He strides across the floor and scatters Pydo's food with the back of his hand. "Get out!" he bellows, his face growing redder by the second. "Get out before I throw you out." "What?" "Well, if you want us to buy your food, we'll do that, but let me dry my clothes first." I don't know what the custom is in medieval taverns. Can you eat your own food, or do you have to purchase food from the tavern? Well, okay, you don't have to throw us out. We'll buy your food. We're not harming your business. I'll resist. "Boran! Boran!" shouts the dwarf as he fights to get a grip of your tunic. Suddenly, a door beside the bar slams open, and another dwarf, younger and far more muscular than the innkeeper, strides into the room holding a massive nail-studded club in his hairy fists. The innkeeper jumps aside as his son raises the club to strike. Really? You're gonna fight over this just because we're gonna eat a loaf of bread? Well, fine, we'll fight. You leap away from the table and draw a hand weapon as the innkeeper's son makes his attack. I don't want to kill him. Well, apparently this is a fight to the death. Oh, no, it's for 2 rounds. Alright, 1, 2. Pydo leaps to your side, his hand weaving a strange pattern in the air. "Anun Kadrusa!" he cries, and a wave of shimmering heat courses from his open palms. The club explodes, and the dwarf reels back in shock, as slivers of glowing wood set his hair alight. "Alf, I'm on fire!" he screams, and scurries on all fours through the door, like a frightened boar. "Sorcerers!" exclaims the startled tavern crowd as they stampede towards the main door, overturning benches and tables in their desperation to escape. In the ensuing turmoil, the innkeeper is nowhere to be seen. The sudden thud of metal on wood makes you spin around your heel. Nestling between 2 kegs of ale on the tavern counter, you glimpse the face of the innkeeper, the stock of a heavy crossbow pressed close to his bearded cheek. He growls a curse and tightens his finger around the trigger. "8 endurance points!" Holy hell. The hiss of the crossbow bolt is followed, almost instantaneously, by a terrible pain that paralyzes your left arm. You are knocked over by the force of the missile and crack your head heavily on the sawdust-strewn floor. Through a reddish haze, you see Paido draw a dagger and hurl it at the dwarf. It sinks into his black beard and sends him tumbling backwards. The dagger sinks into his beard? It's probably in his throat. He reappears for an instant, desperately trying to dislodge the blade buried deep in his throat with his fingers. He has suffered a fatal wound. Well, it's your fault. You started the fight. You tried to kill us. He gurgles a death cry and drops to the floor, his flailing arms bringing down the shelf full of bottles. Carefully, Paido raises you to your feet. All this over a loaf of bread. Seriously. Supporting your weight as you stagger to the stables, your wounded arm is streaming blood. With every passing second, you drift towards unconsciousness. Well, patch it up. A mile from the tavern, you slip from the saddle and crash onto the highway. Paido wheels his horse around and comes to your aid, his face etched deep with anxiety. From his pocket, he takes a healing pad of Lambspur and presses it on your shattered arm, holding it in place with a strap from his saddlebag. The strap acts as a tourniquet and stems the flow of blood that has discolored the muddy soil so much that it resembles a red blanket. This is cursed luck, Lone Wolf, says Paido as he lifts you carefully back onto your horse. Your quest has hardly begun and already you have fallen foul of a poisoned bolt, and by no fault of your own. We do have the high rank in curing. Man, we're losing a lot of HP. You sense that your wound has become infected with Cororvax bacillus, which infests the soil of northern Telestria. Telestrian Cororvax is a virulent disease. Only your Kai skill is delaying its swift and terrible effect. Unless you treat the wound within 2 days with tincture of oxidine or ode herb, the muscles of your chest wall will suffer uncontrollable spasms. Then the ability to control your breathing will kill you within minutes. So we've got 2 days, and we need tincture of oxidine or ode herb. Alright. The rain beats down relentlessly as you ride the featureless highway to Thara. Thunder rumbles over the western hills like a growl of doomwolves stalking their prey. Gradually, the muddy road descends into a wide valley and a track joins it from the east. A signpost at the junction points along the track. It says, Top Hum, 9 miles. So we can go to Topham. we might want to go there so we can get like a cure. Go there. The track winds through the center of the valley, following the course of a stream that meanders towards the river Fohn. It flows alongside a white brick house, turning its water wheel with a comforting regular sound. As you ride past the house and over a tiny humpbacked bridge, a cluster of cottages and an abbey come into view. In the grounds of the abbey is a burial is taking place. A circle of monks dressed in hooded brown robes are lowering a coffin into one of several freshly dug graves. The monks of Telestria are infamous for their gluttony. Stories of their 30-course meals and week-long banquets are well known throughout Magnamund. However, despite their voluminous robes, you cannot help but notice how slight these monks appear. Well, we don't know who died, so why are we paying respects? Just continue. Shafts of sunlight break through the slate-grey cloud, and the rain eases off and finally stops. You ride across the rolling valley floor towards the river Fohn until the track stops at a ramshackle house perched precariously on the riverbank. An old wooden jetty juts out from the side of the house, its platform almost submerged in a rain-swollen river. A notice board standing in front of the house reads, Ferry House Landing. investigate the ferry house. You climb the creaky stairs that lead to the front door and wrap the wrought iron knocker. The door squeaks open slowly, and you're greeted by what appears to be a bundle of rags and hair. After staring at it for a few moments, you realize with disbelief that the ill-smelling mound before you is alive. The hair parts and a face appears, creviced with dirt-encased wrinkles. "What do you want?" croaks the old woman, grinning a yellow, mirthless grin. "You be wanting to go to Tharo?" asks the old woman impatiently. "Or perhaps you're wanting your fortune told by my daughter, Tadia the prophetess?" First, let's ask about the barge to Tharo. "The next barge north stops here in an hour's time, though it's like to be a mite late because of a storm. The fare is 40 loon. If you wait at the jetty, you'll see it when it comes up the valley." Loon? We don't have loon. We have gold, and we only have 28 gold. You'd have thought we'd bring more gold with us on this journey. Like, we need to stay in taverns and stuff. By passageway. This is how much the barge costs? Should we ask about the daughter? Oh, so you divide it by 4 to get the gold crown amount. "She's the best fortune teller in the whole of Telestria," beams the old woman, full of pride. "She's never wrong about what she sees, though there's some folk who'd rather not know what's in store for her. If you be wanting your fortune read, it'll cost you 80 loon, in advance if you please." I don't really want to go on the barge. I want to go on foot so that I can get a cure for this disease. Maybe we should get the fortune. Just to see what she says. It might help. It means we'll have no money left, but I'm going to go on foot anyway. The old woman pockets your gold and leads you and Paido to a room at the top of the stairs. Books and charts are stacked high on shelves and scattered about the floor. Daylight streams in through a domed portal in the ceiling. A massive bronze telescope is fixed to the portal, and below it rests a circular table of carved bone set with gems. Seated at the table is a beautiful young woman. Her hair is silken gold, and around her high, pale forehead she wears a circlet of jet, inlaid with runes and mystic symbols. "Oh, yeah." I'm reading ahead. Don't do that. "I am Tadia the prophetess," she says, her voice soft and lilting. "And you are Lone Wolf, lord of the Sun Realm, Skarn of legend." Paido reaches for his sword, but you stay his hand. But you sense that this woman wishes to help, not harm you. I mean, we willingly went to a psychic, so we shouldn't be surprised that she can read stuff. "We live in an age of great peril. Your enemies of old are our enemies. They stand poised to conquer our land, and I fear we are too weak to resist them. Your purpose is known to me, and I will aid you all I can in the hope that you will fulfill your destiny and destroy the champions of darkness." Tadia raises her arms and points towards the sky. Floating in the air between her parted hands appears a spinning globe of white fire. She tilts back her head and stares into this ball of flame, her eyes unblinking despite the fearful intensity of the light. "Your safest passage to the Danag is through the Mordril forest," she says solemnly. "The road to Siada is fraught with danger. Only battle and death await you there." The globe flickers and fades, and Tadia returns her gaze to you. "Let nothing delay your quest, Lone Wolf. The future of both our lands depends on your success." So the forest is here. Alright. We can take any of this stuff. So use the tincture of Oxidine. And we can take as much as we want, so just take all this stuff. and we will cure ourselves. So we are cured. As you descend the steps of the ferry house, Paido catches sight of something glinting in the distance. It's the barge, he says, shielding his eyes from the sun, which is shining at last. A team of bedraggled Gorkhas are hauling the vessel upstream, seemingly unaffected by the storm's strengthened flow. Eventually, the barge arrives at the jetty and stops to allow a motley assortment of peasants and travellers to disembark. "You two go into Tharo?" asks the captain. "The fare's 40 lune apiece, and that includes your horses." We don't have the money. You possess a lodestone. We had best delay no longer, Lone Wolf, says Paido, looking anxiously at the afternoon sky. The highway's no place to be after dark, and we're still a long ride from Tharo. You nod your agreement and spur your horse along the track towards the village of Topham. We don't have the lodestone. Not to be confused with lawstone. It is late afternoon when you ride into Stia, a village comprising a score of cottages and a dilapidated hut which sit astride the Great North Road. So Stia... It's not on this map. We need the big map. So we are going like... We're heading to Tharo. Oh, we're in Stia. We're right here. And there's the ferry house. Okay. So the fortune teller told us not to go to Siada. She said to go through the Mordril forest. We should probably listen to her. As you approach the tiny thatched hut, its stable door swings open and an old man steps out of the shadows. He's wearing an odd assortment of antique armor and regalia that clanks and rattles like a cartload of rusty metal as he shuffles across your path. "Hold there, strangers," he blusters, his croaky voice full of self-importance. "Proceed no further till you pay the toll." You draw your horse to a halt and stare down at the ridiculous-looking figure. "By what authority do you levy a toll on the Queen's highway?" asks Paido, irritated by the delay. "By the authority of the Queen herself," retorts the old man, indignantly, pointing with crooked finger to a placard on the wall of his hut. It bears the faded seal of Queen Evain, but the board is so weathered that the words above it are illegible. "We travel to Tharo on royal business," you say, showing the pass given to you by Lord Adamas. "Stand aside and let us proceed." The old man snatches the pass from your hand and scrutinizes it, though it is obvious that his eyesight is so poor that he cannot read the contents. "Bah!" he snorts, thrusting the pass back into your hand. "It's a forgery! You'll not fool me with that worthless scrap of vellum. I will not be taken in by a greedy old fool whose wits are as rusty as the armor he wears," shouts Paido, angrily. As his words echo along the street, a dozen villagers armed with an assortment of farming tools come to investigate the commotion. They form up in a line behind the old man, ready to enforce his demand. "What is the toll?" you ask. "Only a trinket that you may have that takes our fancy, that is all. 1 item apiece, and you can continue on your way," replies the old man smugly. "But let it not be said that we are without wit," he snaps, glaring at Paido. "We Stians pride ourselves on our sense of fair play and our love of riddles. Therefore I shall make you an offer that satisfies us both. Answer me 1 riddle correctly, and you can pass through our village without paying the toll. Answer wrongly, or give no answer at all, and you must pay the toll without question. Is it agreed?" "Agreed, but I'm still not paying the toll. I'll just, ride on." "Good, good," he exclaims gleefully, twisting his droopy moustache as he paces the muddy road. "Answer me this riddle. A brick counterbalances 3/4 of a pound plus 3/4 of a brick. How many pounds does the whole brick weigh? What? Okay, so you got a brick and 3/4 of a pound plus 3/4 of a brick. So if you subtract 3/4 of a brick from both sides, you end up with 1/4 of a brick on one side, and 3/4 of a brick pound, 3/4 of a pound on the other side. Multiply by both by 4, you've got a whole brick, and you've got 3 pounds. 3. The villagers give a spontaneous cheer when they hear you answer the old man's riddle correctly. Well done, he says. You are right. If the brick... Yeah, I don't need the explanation, thank you. The villagers are as good as their word. They stand aside and wish you safe passage as you leave Styr and continue your ride north. That was just like... beginner's algebra. Alright. Surprised they even study algebra in this village. The sun is setting as you catch your first glimpse of Thara on the road ahead. Mud-coloured walls, tall and fortified, surround the houses which sit atop a broad grassy rise known as Fortress Hill. Soldiers in tunics of scarlet and grey patrol the walls and stand guard at the huge wooden doors that grant access to the town's south quarter. You ride along the straight dirt road towards a stone bridge, which arches across a man-made canal encircling the hill. Once over the bridge, you pass up a ramp leading to the gatehouse. At the gate, a square-jawed soldier in silver chainmail demands to know your business before he will allow you entry to the town. We have a pass. Upon seeing Lord Adamas' seal, the guard returns your pass, salutes, and commands that the gates be opened without delay. You pass through the gatehouse arch and enter an open courtyard. 2 avenues lead from the courtyard: Copperpiece Lane and Hogfoot Run. No, it doesn't really matter. Let's go to Hogfoot Run. You follow the narrow winding street, passing rows of dusty houses and shops. The noisy clack of window shutters signifies an end to another day's business, as the shopkeepers close for the night. The street turns eastwards and begins to climb Fortress Hill. Halfway up the rise, you approach a squat building of green glazed stone. A fat merchant stands in the doorway, waiting impatiently for customers despite the late hour. "Good evening, gentlemen," he says in a thin and wheedling voice. "Welcome to the Emporium of Rath Radis, the storehouse of miracles." Through the open doorway you can see that the shop is brimful of curious magical paraphernalia. Row upon row of glass-fronted cases fill the shop. They house many thousands of curios, each one bearing a tag, neatly displaying the price of the item. There is scroll parchment for spells, cubes of rare metal, amulets, talismans, ritual candles, potions and powders, rings and rods, and relics of long-dead heroes. Alright, I won't read this because we can't afford the ring anyway. Oh. Well, we would like the ring, but we can't afford it. Let's have a look. The merchant is quick to notice your fascination with the grey crystal ring. He offers to exchange it for any special item you may have that is of equal interest to him. He would exchange a lodestone, a jeweled mace, or a silver helm. Grey crystal ring. We don't have the mace anymore. Lodestone, silver helm. Nope, don't have those things. You arrive at a flagstone quadrangle, another quadrangle. It is well lit by street lanterns which hang from the first floor balcony of a large and unusual building constructed of blue stone. with silver and scarlet veins running through it. The bricks have been polished to give a mirror-like shine. A huge wooden door banded with copper dominates the entrance, above which a bronze cast depicts a flaming broadsword with the words Temple of the Sword engraved along the blade. Beyond the temple, a street ascends to a stone watchtower. It is built on the peak of a hill and dominates the town. You have pathmanship. To the left of the main door, you notice 3 symbols engraved in the speckled blue stone: a bed, a horse, and a loaf of bread. You recognize their significance, for you have seen similar markings on hostels and monasteries during your travels in the east. By displaying these symbols, the monks of this temple offer travelers a meal, stabling for their horses, and a bed for the night. I mean, do we need pathmanship to work out what those symbols mean? Really? A bed, a horse, and a loaf of bread? Over a tavern-like building? Sure, why not? Like, what? We just... Well, we want to go through the forest in the morning, so we'll go here. You dismount and climb the steps leading to the temple doors. An old man in brown robes answers your knock and invites you and Paido inside. A novice attends to your horses. Stepping through the door is like stepping into another world. The air is sweet with incense, and the flickering light, cast by a long row of squat red candles, does little to illuminate the interior. You follow the old man along a vaulted corridor, down several flights of stairs, and finally into a torch-lit refectory. A delicious smell of cooking wafts from an open hatch in the wall, together with the sounds of people in the kitchen beyond. "Be seated," says the old man, pointing to a stout oak table laid for supper, "and enjoy your humble food. May it revive you after your travels and fortify you for the road ahead." Another monk enters the chamber carrying 2 steaming plates of meat stew. He sets them down before you and blesses the food with the words, Gaj Kog Zutak. You are hungry after your day's journey and must now eat. I mean, we don't need to eat. We can take the 3 HP loss because it's not a big deal and it heals back. But we might offend him if we don't eat the stew, so... And I don't think he's going to poison us, really. I mean, it's happened before, many times. But come on. Alright, we'll eat the stew. The stew tastes as good as it smells, and you both make short work of your meal. The monks smile and nod their heads approvingly. "Come, the dean wishes to see you before you retire," says one, motioning you to follow as they leave the refectory. The dean's chamber is a domed, hexagonal room hung with tapestries depicting strange and grotesque creatures. Numerous plinths stand upon the richly carpeted floor, each supporting large bowls filled to the brim with a silvery liquid. A gust of air disturbs the tapestry on the far wall. Seconds later, it is moved aside to reveal an elderly man in a hooded black robe. "Have they eaten?" he asks, his voice strangely cold and monotonal. "Yes, master," the monks reply with one voice. "Good. Leave us." The monks depart, clicking the door shut behind them. Gradually, the light in the chamber grows dimmer. Oh, what? Really? Everyone's always poisoning us. Just don't eat any food anyone gives us, or ever. I was just trying to be polite. "Your futile quest is over, mortal," says the hooded man, his emotionless voice like a spike stabbing at your mind. Instinctively, you reach to your weapon, but your hand begins to shake. You cannot control your fingers. You glance at Paido to see that he too is shivering uncontrollably. Suddenly, a wave of pain tears at your stomach and your legs buckle. Well, he timed that well, because only a few seconds before we would have been able to strike him. You groan in agony and drop to your knees, clutching at your burning stomach. Paido lets out a scream of anguish and falls unconscious at your side. You cannot but envy his oblivion, as the terrible pain courses through your body. We do have the curing. You muster all your strength to fight the deadly poison which has infiltrated your blood. Your improved power of curing suppresses the pain and slows the progress of the insidious toxin, enabling you to face your would-be assassin. A A flicker of surprise registers in the cold black eyes of your opponent as you stagger to your feet and unsheath your weapon. Gosh, Akiyamas, hisses the monk, pulling back the hood of his black robe. You gasp in shock as you stare upon a ghastly transformation. The monk's face is writhing and contorting as his skin tightens and grows darker. Tattered flesh drops from his sunken cheeks to hang in festoons beneath the exposed lower jaw. A snake-like tongue, black and narrow, flickers between curved fangs that have risen from the lower jaw. Festoons? Let me look this word up. Festoons. Sagging, swollen pouches of tissue under the eyes and upper cheeks. Alright. A sickening dread fills your heart as you recognize the creature standing before you. It is a Hellghast, a nightmarish agent of the Dark Lords. Its demonic eyes glow like red-hot coals as it shrieks and raises its claw-tipped hands. Like, is anyone really going to have the Summer Sword still from Book 2? You don't. Minus 11? Minus 11? Ignore any endurance point losses sustained by your enemy in the first round of combat, as you are stooping to unsheath Paido's sword from its scabbard when its combat begins. Unless you possess the Magna Kite discipline of Side Screen, you must reduce your endurance by 2 points at the beginning of every round. What? Minus 11? Oh my god. Well, we have to use this potion to increase by 2, but it's not going to make much difference. And that's with like best skill and everything, and using Paido's sword. Well, at least we have sword skill. It would have been worse. Alright, minus 9. Oh my god. Oh, we just insta-killed me in the first turn. The end. We shouldn't have eaten the food. But I just... Everyone's always giving us food or free drinks, and it always turns out to be poisoned. Or drugged or something. Like, literally everyone in the world is against us. Can't trust anyone. I was just worried that, I don't know, if we didn't eat the food, then they'd be suspicious, or not suspicious, they'd just be offended. Alright, well. There's no way you can win that fight. We had the best skill, we had weapon skill in swords, we had max, the highest combat skill you can have, 9. We even had a law circle complete, so that's a +1. Alright. I will stop there. Or shall I? Let me think. We can have another stab at it. Well, 0 combat skill. Wonderful. We are not doing combat. So let's avoid combat altogether. So we don't want weapon mastery. We definitely take curing. Oh, it's got this bug again. Need to that was a death. Alright, so 6 and 0. Not great. I mean, we'll take Weapon Mastery, but we won't be particularly good at it. Alright, definitely take Curing. That really saved us twice. Take Curing. I'll take the Hunt Mastery. That I would get with the extra combat skill. And we can only take one. It will have to be Hunt Mastery. So that we get Circle of Fire. Alright. So we want sword, bow, quiver. Fire Seed might be useful. And probably a lantern. So we don't have any of these improved disciplines because we're not improved anymore. Alright, we start again. So we'll go... try the barge, maybe. You and Pydo bid farewell to Lord Adamas and spur your horses along the wide paved streets towards the city's gatehouse. The wagon-worn highway leads to the village of Shar, a small wood-walled enclave of fishermen and bargees built around a great stone bridge which spans the River Foam. You leave the highway and follow a twisting path down to the river's edge. There is a barge ready to leave for Thara. Its team of Gorkhas are harnessed and the crew are preparing to cast off the thick rope horses securing the barge to the quay. The captain sees you approach and calls to his men. Hold fast, lads. Looks like we've got 2 more for Thara. A gangplank is lowered and the crew guide your horses aboard. As you dismount, the captain strides along the bleached wood deck and greets you like an old friend, shaking both of you warmly by the hand. Lord Adamas sent word to expect 2 riders for this trip, though I'd almost given up waiting for you to show. He's paid your fares, and he said you may be wanting some privacy, so I've set aside a cabin at the stern. My lads will see to your horses. The captain points to the rear of the barge where 2 sets of stairs descend below the deck. Take the stairs on your left. Your cabin is the door at the end of the gangway. But you be wanting some food or ale? There's a tap room in the hold. Just take the stairs on the right. Let's just go to the cabin. Many years ago, this craft sailed the Tentarius, carrying cargoes of corn and linen to markets in the east. Now, old and leaky, it serves in retirement as a ferry for the farmers and settlers in the north. The cabin was once luxurious, but it is now a cluttered mess of decaying junk. The sweet smell of pitch and damp timber hangs in the air, and patches of mold color the walls. Lying on a solitary bunk amongst a tangle of leather straps, rope, and torn clothing is a cork-stoppered flask of purple liquid. Sure, let's have a look. Alright, it's one of those. The cloying smell in the cabin is unbearable and soon forces you to return to the deck to clear your lungs. From here you see the captain walking along the riverbank inspecting his team of long-haired Gorkhas. Stoically, they haul the barge upstream, rarely faltering as they tread the rutted and potholed towpath. Beyond the bank lies an incredible array of colourful wildflowers, scarlet lank petal, yellow podlooms, and violet mellow-roots of towering proportions. Their perfume soon dispels the lingering odour in the cabin. The The colourful fields suddenly give way to rolling acres of grassy plain, and gradually the sky grows darker until a slender streak of light fringes the horizon. It is not long before a roll of thunder echoes across the plain. "Storm brewing," shouts the captain as the first drops of rain splash the deck. "You two best take shelter below." You balk at the thought of returning to the dank and dismal cabin. Why does it smell so bad? Ido suggests a visit to the tap room and offers you to buy you an ale. It is an offer that sounds too good to refuse. The hold is crowded with travelers on their way north. For most, it is a regular journey home after selling their wares in Foena. Their purses are full and their mood is friendly as they pass the time drinking and playing games of chance. One of the crew glances up from serving, and wiping his hands on his apron, hurries over to welcome you to the floating tavern. He points to a plank table at the far end of the hold that is bowed beneath the weight of several kegs of ale and platters of food. He asks if you would care for some refreshment. 2 jugs of ale, replies Paido, reaching for his pouch of crowns. Certainly, sir, replies the bargee in a servile tone. I have 3 fine ales to delight your palates. Farina Nog, Chai Chia, and Boar Brew. Paido chooses a jug of Farina Nog. Which ale will you choose? Sure, I'll choose the same as Paido. The ale is weak and watery, but serves to quench your thirst. Paido takes a great mouthful and immediately splits it out to disgust, wiping its insipid taste on the sleeve of his tunic. "Bilge juice," he sputters, slamming down his mug. "You should be a sight more careful where you empty your mouth, stranger," growls a man seated to your right. He bends down and picks up his polished steel helmet. With a slow and deliberate twist of his wrist, he empties it out of ale, pouring the contents all over Paido's feet. Your companion curses and reaches instinctively for his sword. Well, I mean, Paido, you did spit, apparently, on... Did you spit on his feet? Well, anyway, we'll try and stop the fight. You grab hold of Paido's sword arm and tell him to cool his temper. The man is wearing a red surcoat embroidered with a crest depicting the castle and an open hand. It is the uniform of the Tharo garrison. Quietly, you advise Paido that to brawl with this man could endanger your quest. Paido relaxes and apologizes to the soldier, offering to buy him an ale to make amends. The man accepts the offer, but on one condition, that the ale is not Farina Nog. Sure. The bargee brings a round of chai chia to your table, and you drink to the health of Queen Evane of Telestria. The mood soon becomes much friendlier, and you learn that the soldier, whose name is Trost, is on his way back to his post at the Tharo garrison after enjoying a week's leave with his family in Foena. As you drink your ale, the sound of applause rises above the hubbub of conversation. An elderly man, tall and distinguished looking, walks slowly to the center of the floor, bows to his audience. His pale face and silver grey hair are a stark contrast to his richly embroidered robes of crimson and gold. He smiles warmly and introduces himself as Count Conundrum, the Prince of Puzzles. For your amusement, he will pose some brain-twisting conundrums. So confident is he that none will be able to answer his riddles correctly, that he is offering 20 loon to anyone who can prove him wrong. A hush descends as the passengers await his first puzzle. If 1.5 geese lay 1.5 eggs in 1.5 days, how many eggs will 3 geese lay in 8 days? God. 1.5 geese lay 1.5 eggs in 1.5 days. So, I would think that means 3 geese lay 3 eggs in 1.5 days. So 6 geese lay 6 eggs in 3 days. Wait, no. Hang on. What did I say? 3 geese lay 3 eggs in 1.5 days. So 3 geese lay 6 eggs in 3 days. Alright, now we got them to be whole numbers. 3 geese lay 6 eggs in 3 days. What is it we want? 3 geese lay 6 eggs in 3 days. And if we want 8 days... We're on 3 days. To get 8 days... divide by 3 and times by 8. So... 16. You call out your answer, and at first the man pretends not to hear. Apparently, he begins to pose a second puzzle, but the crowd shout him down, insisting that you answer your call. A lucky guess, he says, a little flustered at the thought of losing 20 loon. Perhaps our friend can explain how he arrived at his answer. Yeah, okay. The crowd applaud your display of logic, much to the chagrin of Count Conundrum, who parts reluctantly with 20 loon. Oh, it's only 5 gold crowns. Well, 5 is good. I thought it was 20 gold, but it's 20 loon. Alright. Very well, says Count Conundrum. Just to make our journey to Thara a little more interesting, if there's anyone here who can answer my next puzzle correctly, they will receive from me 40 loon. A chorus of delighted whisperings emanates from the crowd. In winter, he begins, the ice lilies of Lake Adon double in area every 24 hours. It takes 60 days from the time the first ice lily appears until the lake is completely covered with them. On what day is the lake half covered with lilies? Well, it doubles every time, so 59. Because it doubles to full on the 60th day. So 59, easy. What little color there is in the Count's already pallid face drains away. The crowd hoots with delight as he nods his head slowly to affirm that your answer is correct, as the ice lilies double in number each day. That was easier in a way. The lake is half covered on the day before it is fully covered. And finally, for my last puzzle, I offer this beautiful treasure, he says, as he draws a small silver box inlaid with pearls from the pocket of his robes. This priceless artifact was stolen from the treasure hoard of Valborg the Enchanter, he exclaims. On hearing the wondrous revelation, the taproom comes alive with excited chatter. You are inclined to disbelieve the tale of the box's origin, but nevertheless it is a beautiful object, and it is undoubtedly worth at least 100 loon, perhaps more. Silence descends on the hold as all await the Count's final puzzle. When I was last in the market of Garthen, I asked an egg trader how many eggs he had sold that day. He replied, "My first customer said that he would buy half my eggs and half an egg more. My second and third customers said exactly the same thing. When I had filled all 3 orders, I was completely sold out of eggs, and yet I hadn't broken a single egg all day." Well, I need paper. I'll do this all in my head. Alright. Let's say the number of eggs he has to begin with is X, because he sold all his eggs. X, eggs. Alright, so X is how many eggs he has. Alright. The first customer says he'll buy half the eggs and half an egg more. So half X plus half. My second and third customers said exactly the same thing. They each say half X. Okay, pen doesn't work. Half X plus half. So if you add those all together, you get 3 over 2 x plus 3 over 2. And that's all his eggs. So that equals x. So multiply by 2, you get 3x plus 3 equals 2x. So x equals minus 3? Uh-oh. This doesn't make sense. Oh, wait. The second and third customers are talking about what he's got left. Oh, damn. Alright, I need a better pen and more paper. It's not from the original, it's from what's left. Okay, so he starts with x. So the first customer says he'll buy half x plus half. So he sells them. And what he's got left is half x minus half. That's what he's got left. Now the next customer says he will buy half of that and half more. So half of that is quarter x minus a quarter. And we add half egg more. So quarter x plus a quarter. So if we subtract that, what have we got left? We've got quarter x minus 3/4. This is complicated algebra. All right, that's what we've got left. And then the third customer says he'll buy half of that. So that's an 1/8 x minus 3/8 plus a half. So that's plus 1/8. Right. And when he sells all that, then that's everything. So before the third customer, he has this amount of eggs, quarter x minus 3/4. The customer says he wants to buy half of that plus half. Ah, wait. So basically, we're saying half an egg is half of everything that we've got left there. Because that's the only way you can sell everything. So basically that means quarter x minus 3/4 equals half. Because that half egg he wants to buy extra is half of what's left. Alright, so times by 4, so we get x minus 3 equals 2, so x is 5. Wrong number? Damn it, let me write this out again. Yeah, 5 doesn't even make sense, you can't... Wait. what? Okay, let me check with 5 why it doesn't work. So 5. We have 5 eggs. Somebody comes along and says they want to buy half my eggs plus half. So that's 2.5 plus half, which is 3. You want to buy 3 eggs. So we're left with 2. Then someone comes along and says they want to buy half my eggs plus half. So they want to buy 1.5 eggs. Oh yeah, 5 doesn't work. How did I get to this? Right, let me get more paper. I was close, but I've written something wrong. Okay, start again. We've got X eggs. First customer says he wants to buy half my eggs and half an egg more. So half X plus half. So we sell that much to that customer, and what we have left is half X minus half. That seems right so far. That's how much we've got left. Now the next customer says he wants to buy half my eggs and half an egg more. So half of what we've got now is a quarter X minus a quarter plus a half. So that ends up being it's a quarter. So he buys a quarter X plus a quarter. So what have we got left? Well, it becomes a half X minus a quarter X minus a half minus a quarter, which equals quarter X minus 3/4. That's what we had before. Alright. And then the third customer says he wants to buy half of that, which is an 1/8 X minus 3/8 plus a half. So that becomes plus an 1/8. And so if we... Oh, I see. I see what I did wrong. Wait, okay, so the third customer says he wants to buy half of that plus a half. And we're saying that is... no more eggs left. So we're saying quarter X minus 3/4 equals an 1/8 X plus an 1/8. So times by 8. So 2X minus 6 equals X plus 1. So X equals 7. So it's 7. Alright, now let's verify this. So you've got 7 eggs. Somebody comes and buys 3.5 plus half, which is 4. So you've got 3 eggs left. Then someone says they want 1.5 plus half, which is 2. So you've got 1 egg left. And then when you've got 1 egg left... Alright, yeah, it's 7. Oh my god. The Count looks flabbergasted when you call out the correct answer. Dejectedly, he hands over the beautiful silver box and quietly leaves the hold, oblivious to the cheers of the passengers who have seen him meet his match at last. Sure. Honey Lodge, shouts the bargee. 5 minutes to Honey Lodge. Wait, so we've got a silver box. It's just a box? Alright, a group of farmers near you gather up their belongings, say farewell to their travelling companions, and begin climbing the taproom stairs as the barge slows to a halt. Sure, let's go look. The hamlet of Honey Lodge is small. 2 cottages, a barn, and a stone watchtower cluster in a circle at the river's edge. A gang of excited young boys wait on the rain-swept jetty to welcome home their fathers, each hoping for a present, perhaps a fishing rod or a hunting bow, from the marketplace in Foina. 8 men, including the Count, disembark at Honey Lodge, but only 1 new passenger embarks for the journey to Tharo. A thin individual with hard grey eyes that gleam coldly from beneath his wide-brimmed hat. Flung at his side is a narrow-bladed sword, and in his hand he clutches a leather-bound book, its cover as plain and as black as his clothing. He pays his fare and descends to the tap room, pausing briefly at the top of the stairs to return your stare. A sudden chill makes you shiver. Wow, it hurts us. Are you alright? Says Paido. Perhaps we should go below and shelter from this filthy storm. You answer with a nod and follow him down the taproom stairs to the welcoming warmth of the hold. The soldier Trost greets you on your return, but you fail to notice him. You're too busy scanning for the stranger. You see him, seated alone in a shadowy corner opposite your table, quietly reading his black book. Trost swallows the last drop of ale and turns his head to see what is attracting your attention. You catch a sight of the new passenger and begins to choke. The stars! It's him! It's Kezor the Necromancer! He pulls a crumpled scroll from within his tunic and unfurls it on the table. On it is a picture of a man's face. The cruel features bear an uncanny resemblance to those of the stranger. Beneath the picture you read, Kezor the Necromancer, renegade shaman of Nagoruru, leader of the forbidden sect of Dazud's Skull. It is hereby proclaimed by lawful authority that in just retribution for vile acts of black sorcery perpetrated throughout the free lands of Telestria, a bounty of 10,000 loon is offered for the head of Kezor the Necromancer. 10,000 loon? Well, our wallet only holds like 100, but... yeah, go on, let's help. Quietly, you agree upon a plan of action. Paido and Trost will approach the Necromancer while you guard the stairs. If he should evade your companions, he'll have you to contend with before he can escape from the hold. Unhurriedly, you leave your seat and walk to the taproom stairs. When you're in position, your companions rise and advance toward the stranger, who remains motionless, seemingly engrossed in his black book. Trost draws his sword and challenges the man, demanding that he state his name and purpose of his journey. It is a fatal mistake. The man looks up from his book, his grey eyes suddenly aglow with a terrible red fire. Trost screams. His face has become a mass of horrible erupting boils. As he falls to the floor, Paido strikes, his sword a shimmering lance of blue steel forged by the Elder Magi. His attack is lightning fast, but the Necromancer counters his blow on the edge of his blade. Sparks explode, showering the taproom with glowing fragments. The crowd begins to cheer, but their cheers turn to screams of terror when the Necromancer summons a new defense. A horde of huge black spiders carpets the floor, their bulbous bellies crouching on hairy, angular legs. In a sudden rush, they scuttle towards Paido, their eyes glinting and their mandibles gaping wide. You draw an arrow to your cheek and take aim at the Necromancer, but passengers run wildly across your field of fire, and you dare not release your arrow for fear of hitting one of them. Precious seconds elapse as you await a chance to fire. For little more than a second, the space between you and your target clears. You release your arrow, and it hurtles towards the Necromancer's head. His death looks imminent, but he has escaped far greater threats than this. With a sudden sweep of his arm, he parries the arrow with the hilt of his rapier, and the arrow disintegrates in a cloud of dust. Let's try again. The necromancer sidesteps into the shadows as you prepare for your second shot. Ugh. The sight of Paido being forced back into a corner by the loathsome spiders makes you fire as soon as you glimpse your target. The arrow flies true, but a hapless passenger runs across its path. He screams as the arrow clips his shoulder. It is only a flesh wound, but your shot has been deflected. It sinks harmlessly into the taproom wall. You curse your bad luck and shoulder your bow in favor of a hand weapon. The necromancer senses the threat you pose and turns to face you, his hands weaving a pattern in the air. Suddenly you're literally frozen in your tracks. Frost sparkles on your hair and clothing, and ice sheens your eyes. Your breath comes in misty clouds as you labor to stay conscious. Really? -8. Oh man, we're not going to survive this. Nothing we can use. The numbing cold robs you of the speed and strength needed to fight this evil enemy. Oh man, Suddenly a wave of heat awakens your senses. Paido has summoned fire to his aid, wafting a sheet of flame down upon the spiders that are closing in for the kill. Oh, we only get half the damage. Okay, that's good. And they flare brightly, their legs withering in the flames, their crackling black bodies dropping to the floor and crumbling to dust. Kezel shrieks in frustration. He draws his sword before his face and mouths a silent spell of protection before lowering his blade and pointing it towards your chest. Oh, we're not going to win this. We had a small chance there, but our combat wasn't good enough. That's a death. Alright. 4. No fighting then. Should we even take weapon mastery this time? Let's try something different. Animal control, curing. And divination, maybe? Divination is useful. I always used to take Sixth Sense in the high series. You don't get to take as many things these days. Alright, take those. Take a bow and quiver. It's always useful. Alright. I don't know how we avoid that fight, but we'll try. Alright, I think the barge is a good way to get to Taro. Back to the cabin. As we get the contents. Let's try something different. Try cheer. This happens. What's the riddle? Oh, 16. 59. And 7. Is it 7? Okay. We'll stay in the tap room this time. What do we owe the honor of your visit to Taro? Asks Trost the soldier, in a polite but inquisitive tone. It is on the way to Ciada, replies Paido. We're going there in search of some work. We heard about the attack on Lukos. and we reckon there'll be a few rich farmers there who'll pay handsomely for us to protect their interests. Tross chuckles and rubs his stubbly chin. I mean no offense, but if Zegron and his rabble attack the farms near Siada, it'll take more than 2 freelancers to turn their tails. If I were you, I'd stay in Tharo. There's plenty of work there for the likes of you. Take my advice and leave Zegron to the army. We'll blunt his nose, don't you worry. And then the guy arrives. Alright. I don't want to help him because we'll just die. What? Exclaims Trost, incredulous. Are you afraid of a sniveling grave poacher? If you'll not help me, I'll do the job alone. Before you have a chance to respond, he leaves the table and advances towards the stranger. The man remains motionless, seemingly engrossed in his black book. Trost draws his sword and holds aloft the notice of death with his free hand. You are Kazor the Necromancer, an outlaw in this land. The man remains as still as stone statue. By the authority of Queen Evane, I... Trost stops in mid-sentence, his commanding voice little more than a stifled groan as Kezor looks up from his book. His hard grey eyes glow with an unnatural intensity. Trost screams, his face become a mass of swelling and erupting boils. He collapses to his knees as the pain grows more intense. I'll finish this worm, snarls Paido, incensed by Trost's agony and the cruel gloating laugh of his tormentor. He draws his sword and strides across the horde, but before he can strike a blow, the necromancer conjures forth a new or more horrific summonation. We'll try and use the bow. Now, oh god, what? There's no hope, unless we have high skill. Maybe we just shouldn't go on the barge. Whoa! Got a few good hits there, but we died. Alright. Don't go on the barge unless we have good combat skill, I guess. I don't see a way to avoid that fight. Alright, got good combat skill this time. Maybe we can do it. Yeah. So we'll do that. Curing and Hunt Mastery. We'll take sword, bow, wither, fire seed, lantern. We should be able to fight him this time. So what are we on? 22. Okay, not bad. Alright, go by barge. Take that. Try the boar brew, why not? As the bargee draws a tankard of boar brew from its keg, you notice that several of the passengers are whispering to each other and casting curious glances in your direction. You catch the words madman and fool and the undertone of mutterings that pass between them. The bargee returns, sets the tankard down on the table before you, and steps back nervously. Silence fills the tap room as you swallow the thick, creamy ale. Do I have the option to not? Dear. You empty the tankard in one go and wipe the froth from your lips. Seconds later, the floor of the hold begins to rock from side to side, gently at first, but gathering momentum until you're forced to cling to the table to prevent yourself from falling over. The other passengers seem unaffected by the violent pitching and rolling, as if their feet were nailed to the deck. You shout a warning that the barge is about to sink, that they should try to save themselves before it is too late. They cackle and sneer at your concern for their safety. Their faces grow larger and more grotesque, and the sound of their laughter building to a deafening crescendo. A man in a red coat looms before you, his face twisted and deformed. He grabs your shoulders and you feel his fingers sink painlessly into your flesh. Recoiling in horror, You draw a hand weapon to defend yourself from this frightening apparition. As you step forward to strike a blow, a wave of giddiness robs you of all balance and you crash headlong to the floor. The sudden chill of cold water on your brow makes you open your eyes with a start. Blinking away the droplets, you shake your head, and a terrible pain shoots through your skull, making you curse and grit your teeth. Strong hands lift you off the floor and steer you towards a quiet corner of the tap room where Paido sits grinning broadly. That boar brew packs a vicious punch, he says, lethally, barely able to conceal his amusement at the effect the ale has had on you. It's got a taste like nectar, but the kick of an angry mule, replies the man in red who has helped you across the floor. As your vision and the pain in your head begins to clear, you notice that he is a soldier. Alright, and then this all happens again. Alright, so then we do that. Then we do that. Then we do that. Oh, I didn't take the... Oops. I didn't take the silver box. Whatever. Stay in the tap room so we don't lose the health. Alright, let's check our... Still, it's going to be a hard fight. We'll help attack. Use the bow. Oh, yes, we got 8. You fire and the arrow hits the necromancer, twisting him around and pitching him over as the shaft passes right through his arm. Although wounded, he quickly scrambles to his feet. Kezor shrieks in frustration. He renews his attack on Paido by creating more of the hideous creatures, but your companion uses his battle magic to summon fire to his aid. Right. Oh, we take half damage. Alright, we should be able to do this now. Kezor lies dead. But Paido warns you not to approach the body. I've heard tell that these priests of evil can awaken after death to avenge themselves. Stand back and I'll make sure this one never returns to haunt us. Paido raises his sword and severs Kezor's head with one swift stroke. Both eyelids spring open, revealing eyes burning red with hatred, but the fire quickly dies and the eyes turn a misty grey. There, it is done, says Paido, wiping his sword on the sleeve of his tunic. He steps back and looks around. Where is Trost? You cast your eyes to the place where he fell and see a fire-blackened body covered with the remains of incinerated spiders. There he is, you say sadly. Paido takes a blanket from his backpack and drapes it over the corpse before reciting the words of Knula, a Vaquero's prayer for those who have fallen in battle. In the name of the gods, what's happened here? Thunders the captain as he hurries down the taproom stairs. The crowd of passengers huddle in his wake, frightened but curious to discover the outcome of the fight that has devastated the hold. I'll see you pay for this, he blusters. It'll cost hundreds of lune to fix this damage. Pay up now or I'll take it out of your hides. Well, I didn't do this. Paido snatches the cloth from a nearby table and scoops up the head of Kezor, wrapping and tying it tightly with cord. He tosses this gruesome package to the captain, together with the notice of death that lies beside Trost's scorched body. That'll pay for the damage, Captain, and be sure that the balance goes to the family of this brave soldier, or we'll take it out of your hide. As the captain reads the scroll, a wry grin spreads slowly across his weather-worn face. So, Kezor met his doom aboard my barge. Maybe I'll leave the hold just as it is. There's plenty of folk who'll pay to see the place where this rogue ended his days. The captain orders his crew to prepare the corpses for burial, but we should get the reward, we killed him. And as the bargees carry away Kezor's remains, you notice his black book lying on the floor. Oh, this is probably a bad idea, but I want to have a look at the book. Cautiously, you open the black book. The pages are made of metal, as thin and flexible as silk-weave parchment. Complex words and symbols are etched into its shiny surface with an ink that shimmers like sunlight on the sea. The strange designs are unlike any you have seen before, but you sense they are wholly evil. You're about to discard the book when you notice something tucked into the spine.
It is a tiny scroll of parchment. You unfurl it and your pulse quickens, for it contains a message written in Jiak, language used by the servants of the Dark Lords. The stench of scorched fur hangs heavily in the taproom, a reminder of the ghastly spiders. The smell turns your stomach, and you motion to Paido to follow as you go up on deck to watch the bargees dispose of the bodies. Contemptuously, they weight Kezor's corpse with bricks and hurl it over the side, but Tross they lay in an oaken chest, and the captain leads your fellow passengers in prayer as it is lowered respectively into the foam. The heavy rain and the burial have delayed the journey. The bargees try to make up lost time by whipping the Gorkhas, but to no avail. The muddy towpath and their waterlogged fur prevent them from pulling any faster. It is mid-afternoon by the time the barge arrives at the next stopping place, Ferry House. A ramshackle building is perched precariously on the edge of the riverbank, and an old wooden jetty juts out from the side, its empty platform almost submerged by the swollen river. 2 plains farmers disembark here. You hear them talk excitedly about the events they have witnessed, their voices gradually fading as the barge moves forward again. Oh, we're here now. Alright. Wait, is this different from before? It's the same choices, I think. Was it? I don't know. We'll go to Copperpiece Lane this time. The paved streets lead to a large stone building, its walls blank and featureless except for the stains of time. A group of fletchers sit outside beneath a row of bright lanterns, gluing feathers to thin shafts of wood. They work with speed and skill, transforming the rods into arrows of fine quality. We've got plenty of money. If you possess the silver bow of Dwalon. Alright, so we can buy stuff. What is the wrist and finger guard? I'll get the wrist and finger guard. Sure. And the bow case? Bow string? I've got the loon for it. Can I use the loon? Alright, well, sure, why not? Bow string. I'm not sure why I would want these things, but why not? Bow case made of wood. Another quiver. Or just... The quiver is 6 arrows. We can just buy them, then it'll put it in our current quiver. Oh! That's 1 arrow, 1... Wait, what? Oh, we just filled our quiver. Oh, okay, we'll buy a new quiver then. Alright, that's enough. Street twists and turns northwards, passing the entrance to a wooden-fronted barracks. As you watch, a group of soldiers armed with spears emerges in a column, escorting a prisoner with his hands tied behind his back. At the junction with another street, they turn into the courtyard of a whitewashed brick building. Above the courtyard gate flutters the Telestrian flag. Sure, let's follow them. What do you want here? Growls a guard, suddenly appearing from the shadows of the archway to challenge you with his spear. Show him our pass. You reach inside your tunic for your pass, but the gate guard misinterprets your action. Thinking you are reaching for a hand weapon, he becomes alarmed. Accomplices, he shouts, stop them! The crowd of soldiers turn about and come running towards you, leaving their prisoner unguarded. Lone Wolf, look out! Shouts Paido as the gate guard lunges at you with his spear. What? You dodge aside, but the tip gashes your hip. This is ridiculous. Alright. Speed, dexterity, and courage save you from being impaled by the advancing spears. You pull the reins, wheeling your horse around on his hind legs so that his flailing front legs force the soldiers to pull away for fear of being kicked senseless. Before they have a chance to recover, you and Paido galloped out of the courtyard and disappeared like shadows into the darkness. What the heck? Oh, then we're back here. Alright, we'll go to the watchtower this time. Two sour-faced soldiers stand guard at the watchtower door, grumbling about the foul weather. They view your arrival with displeasure, mumbling curses under their breath as you bring your horses to a halt. What business have you here after sundown, growls one, the shorter and fatter of the two. We would like to see your commanding officer, replies Paido, in a tone befitting his lordly rank. Unfortunately, neither his tone nor his travel-stained tunic impresses the surly soldiers. They refuse to grant his request out of hand. One of the soldiers snatches your pass and gives it a cursory glance. Even the presence of Lord Adamus Seal does little to impress him. Shield Warden Nerdra is visiting Siada. He's not due back till tomorrow. You'll have to wait till then to see him. He hands back your pass and returns to his post. Come, says Paido. We'll find ourselves a route for the night. You can come back tomorrow if need be. You nod your agreement and follow Paido as he descends the hill track, leading back into town. At the quadrangle, you decide to stop at the Temple of the Sword and inquire about a room for the night. This is oh, we're back in the temple. Damn it. Alright, don't eat the stew. The monks appear upset by your refusal to eat. They whisper to each other and cast anxious glances at your untouched plate. Paido is busy eating his stew, smiling delightedly as he fills his empty stomach. The monks hurry out of the refectory and return minutes later in the company of an elderly man dressed in a hooded black robe. Damn it, we can't stop Paido from eating. Leave us, commands the black-robed figure, and summon the brothers. The refectory door slams shut, and you hear the sound of a metal bar being drawn. There is a hiss of steel against leather as Paido unsheathes his sword. He levels the blue blade at the sinister monk and narrows his cat-like eyes. What do you want with us? He says, his voice sharp and threatening. But the monk offers no reply. He stands motionless, his eyes fixed firmly on you. Paido repeats his demand, but his voice sounds weaker, the sword trembling in his hand, and with a groan he collapses, scattering plates and cutlery as he hits the table and rolls to the floor. A distant echoing whistle issues from the monk's open mouth. Steadily it rises in pitch until it passes beyond the range of your hearing. At that moment, a terrible pain courses through your head. The pain and pressure grows until your skull feels ready to explode. You fight to erect a mind shield to counter the searing pain of this psychic attack, but your defense is too weak to withstand the onslaught. You scream in agony as the assault cuts deep into the fabric of your mind. We can't fight this guy. We don't have the skill. Oh my god. Being forced to fight him. Oh, it's different. Okay. A blue flame burns at the tip of the creature's staff. It flares and forms into a ball of pulsating energy. The Helghast shrieks with malicious glee as it whirls the staff once around its head, sending the screaming ball of blue fire towards your chest. Use the bow. You manage to release the arrow a split second before the fireball hits you in the chest and flings you backwards to the ground. Lose 8 endurance points. Your shaft sinks into the Helghast's stomach, but the creature is unshaken. With a gloating laugh, it plucks the arrow from its body and hurls it aside with contempt. This fiend is unaffected by ordinary weapons. It can only be harmed by magic. Should we just take the potions to heal ourselves? Oh, I bought a quiver. Not the arrows. I thought buying a quiver would get all the arrows. Alright, so that's a waste of money. You scramble behind the table, the only cover offered on this side of the refectory, to find yourself crouched beside Paedo. He is still breathing, although unconscious. His blue steel sword rests across the back of his legs, and the hilt of a dagger protrudes from the top of his boot. We know if we fight with the sword, we basically lose. Let's try and throw the dagger. You snatch the dagger and hurl it at your foe. It strikes the creature in the midriff, sinking in up to the hilt. Such a wound would have felled any mortal being, but this enemy stands unmoved. It plucks the dagger from its side and drops it to the floor with disdain. Another ball of blue flame is forming at the tip of its black star. Alright, we have to use his sword. -6 is not too bad, actually. But this blue steel blade was forged in the furnaces of Elzian, crafted by the Elder Magi as an instrument of good. We're on 19 health. The Helgar senses its latent power and hurriedly casts another sparkling fireball, but it is poorly aimed. You strike the missile as you vault over the table, sending it hurtling back to its sender. It glances off the creature's shoulder and jars the staff from its shrunken hand. You seize the advantage and attack before it can retrieve the deadly weapon. Alright, well... we lose 2 every turn. But we're doing good damage. Fuck. We were doing good. We can beat this thing. Alright, I'll stop there. We'll just roll the next 4 and 8. Not good. We don't want to fight that thing. We have to try and avoid going to the temple, but this seems all paths lead there. 4 and 8. I'll take weapon mastery, but it's not going to be very good. Or should we try and avoid combat? Animal control and curing. Maybe, yeah, divination. If we go on the boat, we get lots of money. But then we have to fight the, Necromancer. Is there any way to avoid that battle, though? The rope. Bow and quiver, even though we don't have the skill. Lantern. Let's see. Alright, we'll stop there. Alright, well, yeah, next time I'll carry on. We don't have good combat skill, so we're just going to avoid combat altogether. Maybe we'll take the road instead of the boat. And hope that we don't end up at the temple. Alright. Alright, see you next time. And welcome back to Lone Wolf, The Jungle of Horrors, Book 8 of the series. We had one go at this for like 2 hours, no success. This one's a nasty one. Like, I didn't find any good way to avoid 2 very tough fights. Which would kind of mean you really need good combat, but let's have a look. So we've started again with terrible combat. I didn't even take a sword. So... I don't know. See, the problem is when we get to Tharo. So the first part of the book is to get to Tharo. When we get to Tharo, we want to avoid the monastery. Because if we go to the monastery, we have to fight the Helghast, and the Helghast like is ridiculously strong. Like, even if you have max combat skill, you're still not favored in that battle, so I don't know what... Like, unless you have the Summer Sword, but... We lost the Summer Sword a long time ago, so... I don't know. Try again. Alright, so... Starting... If we go on the boat, we end up fighting the Necromancer. Like, I don't think you can really avoid that. So... You do get a lot of money though, but I, like... Okay, we definitely can't fight him with this combat skill, so... So we'll go on the road. Alright, so if we stop at the inn... We need to eat food. Otherwise they get mad and try to kill me, which is a bit ridiculous. So we'll buy some food and ale. Alright. So far so good. The dwarf draws 2 flagons of ale and a brace of wheat cakes from the counter. That'll be 15 loon all told, he says, pushing 2 carved wooden platters with their mouth-watering cargoes a little closer. You flick open your belt pouch and take out 4 crowns. This should cover it, you say, sliding the gold coins across the bar. Oh, we said that? We don't often talk in this series. He tests them between his teeth before nodding his approval. No offense to you two gentlemen, you understand, but I've been caught with snide coinage before, and it's made me a mite careful like. These be Desi mint, if I'm not mistaken, he inquires, his eyes twinkling at the thought of hearing tales of that distant magical land. Could be, says Pydo guardedly. The coins of Magnamund mix freely in Garthan's markets. There's no telling when those four last saw their birthplace. How about you, innkeeper? You interrupt, steering conversation away from Desi. You're no native Telestrian. When did you last see your homeland? The dwarf's face beams as he prepares to talk on his favorite subject, himself. By the time you have finished your food and ale, you've heard the life story of Lardin, son of Cardan of Bor. What news have you of Lukos? Asks Pydo as the dwarf takes a rare pause for breath. News of a kind that's become and only too familiar around these parts, he replies in a disgruntled tone. But that Zergron's bitten off more than he can chew this time. Once Lord Adamas and the army boys come down on him, he'll wish he'd stayed in his stinking city of Xanar, mark my words. Don't be too sure of that, Lardin, says a rosy-faced farmer who is sidled along the bar to within earshot of your conversation. My sister reckons that this time Zegron won't stop till he's flattened everything between Lukos and the Tentarias. That Stargate and sister of yours is full of good news, retorts the dwarf. When has she ever seen anything cheerful with her telescopes and charts and crystal balls, eh? Oh, the sister is the fortune teller. Answer me that. Agreement rumbles from the tavern crowd, now openly listening to the discussion. That's us maybe, says the farmer. But when has she ever been wrong, eh? An uncomfortable silence fills the inn, and slowly the crowd return to their own business. No one, least of all the innkeeper, chooses to dwell on the matter any further. Well, we know where she lives. She lives in... somewhere south. Oena? No, further south. Let's ask them anyway. Tadia still lives with her mother at the ferry house. Why would they not put this on the map? So they've got the map like... This, they have this whole northern part in the map, even though I don't think we're going to go there. And they miss off most of the areas we go to, which are actually... here. So right now we are at Scarthen? No. We're on the road. We're on this road. And I think there's the ferry house there. Ferry house is right next to Thara. But... alright, whatever. Tadia still lives with her mother at Ferry House, replies the farmer. 5 miles north of here, and there's a junction where track heads east. The signpost there says to Topham. A mile past Topham, you come to Ferry House on the banks of the River Thorn. If it's her counsel you're after, you'd better take plenty of gold. She won't charge a high price for her crystal gazing. You thank the farmer for his advice and suggest to Paido that the time has come to continue your journey north. As you're about to leave, the farmer calls out, by the way, you'd best tell her Jacko sent you. She don't take kindly to folks who drop by uninvited. We didn't do that last time. But we don't have 20 gold for it anyway. Alright. Alright, we've been here before. So we are... This is really stupid, this map. Like, it's... Yeah, we're not on the map. We have to use this map, which is not official. So we're on this road. Ah, so Topham's here. Oh, so we're actually very close to Tharo. Alright, well we could go there, but we don't have money for the fortune teller, so I don't know what we're gonna do. So yeah, we were here before, but we didn't have the divination before. The monks are communicating telepathically. Although you do not recognize the language they are using in their mind speech, you sense that they are anxious and uneasy in your presence. The monks of Telestria are infamous for their gluttony. Tales of their 30-course meals and week-long banquets are well known throughout Magnemont. However, despite their voluminous robes, you cannot help but notice how emaciated these monks appear to be. Alright, we can pay the respects to the deceased, even though we don't know the deceased. It seems almost... Oh no. At your approach, the monks step back from the grave and draw themselves into a line. These monks too? Just don't trust monks anywhere. Their hooded heads stay bowed and their hands remain hidden inside the generous folds of their robes. You ask the name of the unfortunate deceased, but the echo of your voice and the constant drip of the steady rain is your only answer. All at once, as if in response to a silent signal, the monks throw back their hoods to reveal ghastly, fleshless faces. By the gods, gasps Paido. They emit a hideous shriek, panicking the horses. As you fight to control your frightened animal, the skeletal monks spring forward to attack. We don't even have a weapon. Oh my god. Minus 13? And it would be worse if we didn't have animal control. Oh my god. Alright, we've lost this. There's no way we're winning. Dead. We actually stood a chance there, weirdly. Hello, DJ. Yep, I just died right now. We surprisingly did more damage to them, though. That was against the odds. Alright, start again. This book is tough because there's two big fights that are kind of... I don't see an obvious way to avoid them. And you need to have almost max combat skill, or like even with max combat skill, it seems slightly tipped against you, so I don't know. Are we done with the Riverboat book? The one from the other day? No. I'm on. So this is the Jungle of Horrors. I'm trying to remember which. No, the last time you visited was the one with the big tentacle monster that came out of the lake, right? I've done that one, yeah. I think I didn't take too many tries on that one. That one was actually okay. Bit tough, but it was alright. This one's really nasty though. I've had a few attempts at this one. Last I remember was we helped a merc crew steal a boat after a pirate attack. That was an even earlier one. Hang on, I can actually bring this up. Let's check. So Magnakai started with the Kingdoms of Terror, then Castle Death, then Jungle of Horrors, which I'm on now. I think you're talking about the Kingdoms of Terror. Yeah. That's where that was where the pirate attack was. No, but I remember you were also here for Castle Death. That was where we arrive at this big lake, and then there's a huge tentacle monster that comes out and attacks us. Anyway, we're on Jungle of Horrors, and we have yet to even make it to the jungle. If we can even reach the jungle, I don't know. The map they give us doesn't even cover most of where we are, so we start... Technically, we start all the way over here. So, the last book I was on was here, Khazan-Ud. There was this mysterious castle in the middle of a lake, protected by a shield, and we went in there. And then they throw... The guy throws us in his maze, and we have to solve his maze, and then get out. And then they take us on a boat journey all the way here to here. But we start the book, like, just landing here. So now we've got to go into the Danag, which is supposed to be a jungle, although the colors used on the map don't really indicate that. But yeah, this is a jungle, apparently. And I've had multiple attempts at this, and I've only managed to get to, like, Tharo, which is this city here, because we keep getting killed by random people. You just can't trust strangers. And just now I got killed by some monks. The funniest bit was on the first attempt. You stop at an inn. That's like basically page 2. And then they ask you what you want to do. Do you want to hang your clothes by the fire, or do you want to eat food? If you don't choose eat food, they basically try to kill you because your friend pulls out his own food and starts eating it. And then the innkeeper's like, you can't eat your own food here. And then they literally start trying to kill you. It's ridiculous. Okay, good combat skill. Let's see if that's enough. And what's worse is they shoot you with a poisoned crossbow bolt, so even if you win the battle, you're like poisoned and you die within 2 days if you don't cure it. Alright, so we've got good combat skill. We might as well go with sword, bow, axe. You would think an axe would be good for the jungle, right? But probably not even going to make it to the jungle. So we'll take the weapon, curing, alright, I'm going to take Sai Shield because the Helghast is such a nasty fight that we lose 2 health every turn. So I'll use Sai Screen to avoid that. But that means we're sacrificing 1 combat skill. That's fine. Alright, so we'll take sword, a bow, and a quiver. And lantern and rope. Alright, plenty of money. Alright. Starting again. Oh, I didn't increase the death count. Alright. So we start and we decide whether to go by boat or on foot. And if you go by boat, it's pretty good because it takes you basically we start here. It takes you all the way to Tharo. Pretty straightforwardly. But there's a huge battle on the way. If we go by road, I think you can avoid battles. We'll go by boat because I've got good combat this time. So we go by boat. We look inside our cabin. We find a potion. Sure, we'll take it. Then we go to the inn on board. Make sure we got our tavern music on. Don't take the ball brew or we pass out. Take the chai chia. And then we meet a soldier and hang out with him, and then a riddler comes in to do a show, and he asks us a bunch of riddles. Oh, these riddles took me a long time to work out, but I remember the answers. The first one is 16. The next one is 59. That one's easy. And the next one is 7. We get a silver box. Alright, now we stop at Honey Lodge, which is... Oh, it's right here. So we're so close to Tharo right now. Oh, damn it. I thought ice cream would help here, but we're not. We have to have 2 ranks. Oh, that's ridiculous. Alright. So some mysterious guy on board the ship and hurts us mentally as he boards, just by looking at us. It turns out he's a necromancer and he's wanted, and for 10,000 loon. That's like 5,000 gold. But fine, we'll attack him. I don't think you can even avoid attacking him. So he turns the soldier into a bunch of boils and kills him. Now we use the bow. And hit him. Alright, see, it's still a -5 even with this, but we get half damage because our friend is helping us, so it should be okay. Yeah, that's not too bad. Alright, so we kill him. We take his book. Alright. Alright, so we arrive in Tharo. So that very quickly gets us to Tharo. Now, the problem is, we want to avoid ending up at the monastery. And several paths lead to the monastery. Because the monastery is basically just a fight I can't win. So, we could try going to... I don't know, where did I go before? Or try go to... I think I probably went to Copperpiece Lane before. Let's go to Globe Walk. I might have been here before. An alley that goes beyond the shadows. It disappears along the shadows. Let's have a look at the alley. Night is closing in, and the shops that line the narrow street are shutting their doors. Lanterns flare into life, their yellow glow warming the chill west wind as the townsfolk return to their homes at the end of another day's trading. But there is one shop where the doors remain open. The sign hanging from its balcony reads, Roller Rada, Map Maker. Sure, let's check it out. You are welcomed by an attractive young woman with long jet black hair woven into a single plait that reaches almost to her waist. She is dressed in green tweed cloth tunic, similar to your own, and wears soft calfskin gloves. In addition to the maps, which she researches and draws herself, she also sells all manner of hunting and scouting equipment. And back in these medieval days, a map maker would be such an interesting profession to have. She also sells all manner of hunting and scouting equipment. She takes an obvious delight in her work and shows you samples of her maps, which are excellent for their accuracy and attention to detail. You ask her if she has ever prepared a map of the Denarg. She turns strangely silent. Tears begin to fill her dark eyes as she recalls how she and her father once explored beyond the fringes of that fearsome domain. They had planned to map its internal waterways and, if luck was with them, discover the lost temple of the Elder Magi. With sadness, she tells of her father's death in the jaws of a monster that had stalked them from the moment they had entered the jungle swamp. She escaped, but not unscathed. As she fought to free her father from the mouth of the beast, she was badly burned by its caustic saliva. Carefully, she removes one of her calfskin gloves and reveals an injured hand. The sight of the angry red scar tissue fills you with compassion for this brave young woman. I need to know more. Unfortunately, she lost all her maps and equipment while escaping from the Denarg. However, she clearly recalls seeing the Temple of Orido from the peak of a hill she calls the Scarlet Tor, which is situated on an island of firm ground 30 miles beyond the Siada track. You thank her for her help and wish her good fortune before leaving the shop and continuing on your way. Well, we're here now. Temple of the Sword. We do not want to go to the temple. That is just death. Go to the watchtower, but I don't think they're going to let us in. If we show them the past, they just tell us it's a forgery, even though it's not. Damn it! And then we just go to the Temple of the Sword. Ugh. Alright. So we're in the monastery. And they're feeding us food. Don't eat the food because it just drugs us. But we can't tell our friend not to eat the meal. He eats the meal. Or maybe I should come with divination next time. I don't know what that does. And then our friend passes out. We do have ice cream this time. Have I done this before? You close your eyes and summon the power of your discipline. Drawing on your psychic reserve, you project a mental barrier to deflect the attack. Instantly, the pressure in your head decreases and the pain subsides, releasing your senses from the icy paralysis of psychic shock. Suddenly, the attack breaks off, the abruptness of its passing leaving you reeling. As you open your eyes, you see at once the reason why the attack has ceased. Oh, we fight him anyway. We don't have the Summer Sword, because who's going to still have the Summer Sword from book 2 by now? They'd have to survive like 6 books. That's ridiculous. If we use the bow, that doesn't really do anything, because he's immune to normal weapons. Dive to the floor, I guess. We have to take Paido's sword because it's magical. We can only fight him with magical swords. Okay, -7. Not too bad. I guess it's because I protected myself with the side screen. Or okay, -7 is, I mean, it's bad, but it's winnable. It's still quite bad though. We've got 26. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, fuck off. Alright, we're gonna lose this. No.
A -7 is as good as I can hope for here. Damn it. All roads lead to this bloody monastery, but... See, if we didn't have side screen, we would lose 2 more endurance every round, which would be pretty bad. It says if you've completed the Law Circle of the Spirit, you get 2 more combat. What's the Spirit? Maybe we should go for that next time. Alright, well that's there. Zero combat skill. I don't know how to avoid that. We've got to find a way to avoid him. Like, can we just not go to Tharo? I don't see any other path. Alright, well, we're not fighting, so... Let's think. Fury. What was the Law Circle they mentioned? Law Circle... Circle of the Spirit, but that's 4, so we can't do that. This book. Maybe if we take Divination. Like, there was a Divination option. I don't know what that would do. Let's say Curing. Divination. Inside screen? No, because we just don't want to fight him at... Oh, okay, yeah, take side screen. Alright, just take... Bow, quiver, lantern, rope, potion. Alright, so we don't want to go on the boat, because can't really fight the... Is there no way to avoid the Necromancer at all? It means you get so much money from the boat. No, we'll go on the road. Alright, so if we stop at the inn, you must buy food and ale or he tries to kill you, which is kind of stupid, but whatever. So we buy food and... What? And then we ask about the fortune teller. And now we can go east here. Now ignore these monks, because otherwise they just try to kill you, because literally everyone's trying to kill you. Then we get to Ferry House. So if we look in the Ferry House, we meet the fortune teller. And it's the same as before, but this time we've actually met Jacko, which is like her sister. So, will it be the same as before? Ah, so meeting her sister means we don't have to pay for her services, which was quite steep. It was like 20 gold. And we can take all this stuff. So we'll take it all. Oh, maybe this is the way to do it if we get good combat skill next time, because then we get this potion which gives us +2 combat skill. Do I have more weapons? What have I got? Oh, we've got broadsword, okay. Can't afford the boat though, so... we go this way, and then
Oh, they love their riddles, don't they? Then this town won't even let us pass unless we answer their riddle. What was the answer to this? So 1 brick equals 3 quarters of a pound plus 3/4 of a brick. So subtract 3/4 of a brick from both sides, you get quarter brick equals 3/4 pound. So 1 brick equals 3 pounds. Correct. And then we show him the pass. And we go to Copper Piece Lane. It doesn't matter where we go, we're always going to end up at that bloody monastery. Oh, this is the archer's shop. The Fletcher's shop. We've really got the important things for a bow. Oh, we'll have a look. I don't know what these things do. We can get a wrist and finger guard. We carry on. Follow the soldiers into the courtyard. If we do that, then... oh, then they attack us because they think we're... we reach into our pocket to pull out our pass, and then they attack us because they think we're drawing a weapon. It's really stupid. Was there an option? Let me do this again. Let's see if there was a different option. So if we try to pull out our pass, he just attacks us. Let's just ask him. Shield Warden Neathra ain't here. This is the town jail, retorts the guard, narrowing his eyes suspiciously as he inspects first you, and then Paido, as if you were both escaped felons. At the end of Copper Piece Lane, next to the Temple of the Sword, there's a tower. That's where you'll find the Shield Warden. Only you had better have good reason for wanting him at this hour, or you'll both end up spending the night here. He cocks his thumb over his shoulder at the jail, and a sneer spreads across his ugly face. You follow Paido out of the courtyard and continue your ride along Copper Piece Lane. Oh, not the bloody temple! But if we go to the watchtower, we don't have any option. What happens if I show him the pass? They say the pass is valid, but they still don't let me in because it's like... what? Let's try again. It says come back tomorrow, and then we go to the bloody monastery. Oh, and here we are again. We use the bow. Interesting. We might be able to escape here. We can either fire a bow at the remaining black-robed monk, or demand that he lets us leave. Oh, I don't know. If we... just shoot him. We've been here before, haven't we? Paido basically passes out. And then we gotta fight this guy. There's gotta be a way. We've tried using the bow. We tried diving to the floor. Alright, let's deflect the fireball. Why not? Drop a weapon before continuing. Okay. Wait, let's read this first. You strike the glowing ball of flame and an explosion flings you against the wall of the refectory. Your weapon has disintegrated and you have suffered severe burns to your arms and body. Lose 8 endurance, blah blah blah. Sore and bloodied, you drag yourself to your feet in time to see the Helghast preparing to launch another fireball. This time the target is your head. Okay, well, we'll get rid of the broadsword, I suppose. We can't attack the Helghast with a normal weapon. Alright, we'll dive again. And now we're in this situation. Minus 18, we've lost. Oh my god, we actually did damage to him. Wait. It's a bit late now. I would have lost anyway. I could use the this, but it won't make much difference. That's minus 16. Dead. There's got to be a way. Okay, there's one option I didn't try. That might avoid fighting him. I feel like there's not a lot of choice in this book. Oh my god, sorry. Please, just give me good combat skill. 2! What option did I have there? So we could have commanded the monk to step aside for us. Alright, so if we want to go try that, we definitely want divination. And size screen. And I guess we always take curing, so we'll take curing. Alright, so we do want the... Wait, so the... The fortune teller gives us weapons anyway. She gives us a bow and quiver, doesn't she? Does she... No. We'll take the bow and quiver. Lantern and the rope and potion. Oh, the fire seed. Yeah, I want the fire seed. Hello, Wugger. I'm having a lot of trouble with this book. It seems all roads lead to this bloody Helghast, which is like a ghoul, which has ridiculously high combat. Trying to try every branch to see if I can get past him, but no matter what I do, we're always like, hey, let's stop at this temple for the night. And that's the temple where they tried to drug us. Alright, let's try again. Alright, we've got crappy combat skills, so... Alright, so... We go on foot. Stop at the inn. Pay for the food, otherwise he tries to kill us. Ask where his sister lives. So that gets us a free fortune telling. Then go to Topham. Ignore the monks because they'll just kill us. Check the ferry house. We've met his sister. We've met the fortune teller's sister, so we can avoid paying her 20 gold. And now she just gives us all this stuff. Okay, good. We need it. And then we can't take the boat, so we go on foot, and then this guy stops us and we have to answer a riddle to carry on. Oh, fine. Wish tolls worked like this in the real world. Just answer riddles to pass. The answer was 3. Show him our pass. Oh, maybe we should not show him our pass next time. Like, not be allowed in the town. Because if we're not allowed in the town, then we won't end up at that bloody temple again. Next time, I'm just not going to show him my pass. Alright, so when we go to... Doesn't matter where we go. Hogfoot Run. Check the magic shop. Exchange it for a lodestone, a jeweled mace, or silver helm. Don't have those things. Wait. We're not taking the ring. We can't. Alright. No, don't go in the temple. Doesn't matter what I do. We're going to end up at the temple. If we avoid this... We can actually go back and forth here until we're fully healed. We're gonna have to enter the temple. Alright, then they give us the drugged food. We refuse to eat it. Use the bow. Alright, so we tried that. Let's just demand that he lets us leave. The monk utters a thin but chilling laugh in reply to your demand. What do you want with us? Shouts Paido, his voice sharp and threatening. But the monk offers no reply. Instead, he stands motionless and silent, his eyes fixed firmly on you. And then Paido passes out again, and this is as before, and then this happens, and then... Doesn't matter what we do here. Shoot him with the bow. Minus 16, we're dead. Like, I don't see any way. Okay, next time I'm just gonna ban myself from entering the town. I could throw my pass on the ground somewhere so that I literally don't have a pass. Alright, well, there's a chance. No, dead. Oh, insta-death. If we roll a 9 for combat, there is a chance of winning that combat. Even with max combat skill, it's still a bit... I think it's probably like 50-50 at that point. Alright, again. Two. Alright, we're gonna not go in the town. Alright, curing. I don't know, divination. Craftsmanship. Alright, let's try those 3. Alright. Terrible money. Take the bow and the quiver and the lantern and the rope and the potion. No. Take the fire seed. Alright. Again. Alright. Go on foot. Stop at the inn. Buy food and ale. Do this. Go to Topham. Ignore them. Go to the ferry house. He gives you all this stuff. Don't take the boat. Don't show him our pass. You sense that the guard has taken a dislike to you. The attack on Lukos has made the Tharo garrison more suspicious than usual, and rather than risk allowing 2 possible spies into the stronghold, he turns you away. Go back to Foina, if that's where you come from, he shouts. We have no welcome here for strangers. It will soon be dark. You, Paido, and the horses need food and rest, but there is scant hope of finding either on the darkening plain that surrounds Tharo. Look for another entrance to the town? No, I don't want to go in the town because there's only death awaits us in there. Let's camp out on the plain. Ooh, this looks promising actually. You spend a cold, wet, and thoroughly miserable night on the plain south of Tharo. A fresh storm rolls in from the west, making it impossible to light a fire or dry your already damp clothing. It is dawn when the rain finally eases off, but the storm gives way to a biting wind that chills you to the bone. You must now eat a meal in your bar. Alright, the garrison of Tharo still refuses to allow you into the town, so you're forced to set off towards a line of distant hills that fills the northern horizon. Please just leave the town and don't come back. 1 second. Alright. Grey-brown grasses brush your shins as you cross this wild, uncultivated plain, encroaching on the deserted track that leads to the frontier town of Seada. An eerie, unnatural silence accompanies your ride, broken only by the rare cawing of ravens, circling high overhead. By midday, you are deep among the hills. The terrain becomes increasingly rocky, undulating like a storm-tossed ocean. Tall plains grass has given way to sad little plants, scraggy and deformed, stunted by the winds that sweep down from the barren wastes of Ogia. The track passes through a narrow valley where a small stone cabin stands beside the entrance to a disused mine. As you approach, you see a face at the cabin window. Sure, let's stop at the cabin. You peer through the tiny, circular window where you saw the face, but the gloomy interior looks deserted. The stone cabin consists of 2 rooms, one at the front and one at the rear. Anyone at home? You call in a friendly voice, but you receive no reply. This is weird. It's having us actually say stuff. In the previous books, we rarely ever actually spoke. With quotation marks. Silently, you motion to Paido to investigate the rear of the hut while you enter at the front door. You sense that someone is hiding behind the door, literally putting words in your mouth. Yeah, it feels a bit weird now. Like, it just feels like now that I'm finally speaking, I just sound like really dorky or something. I guess it's because I have a partner with me for this book. We've never actually had a partner with us before, so we're not the lone wolf this time. He or she is armed and intends to attack you as you enter the hut. Alright, we're not entering then. Like, we don't have a hand weapon. Oh, we do actually. We're not entering. Seconds later, you hear the crash of broken furniture as a fight breaks out inside the cabin. Paido has surprised your would-be assailant. See, the problem with this book is that you don't really have much agency, you don't have much choice, because even when you try to avoid doing things, Paido, your partner, goes and does them anyway. In fact, there have been several situations where I wanted to avoid something or do something, and Paido screws everything up. Like, I go to the inn, and I don't order any food, and then Paido pulls food out of his pocket, and then the innkeeper tries to kill us because we're eating our own food instead of buying from the inn. Bloody Paido. I go to the monastery. I choose not to eat the food, which I know is drugged, but Paido goes and eats the food. Get on the boat. I try to avoid fighting the necromancer, although it doesn't seem to be a way to avoid fighting the necromancer anyway. But of course, Paido runs in there with his sword. Can we get rid of this bloody Paido? Maybe it's better to let him die so we can continue as the lone wolf. Paido has surprised your would-be assailant, and the two of them are now locked in hand-to-hand combat. Abruptly, the noise ceases, and Paido appears at the front door, sweating and disheveled, his sword bloodied in his hand. And Paido ends up like just fighting everyone we come across. Where have you been? He asks, stepping aside to allow you to enter. The scar-faced man lies dead on the floor, a wooden stave lying across his chest. Come and see what I found in the back room. We've literally just invaded. We've just trespassed on in this person's hut and killed him. Like, he had every right to defend the front door, to be fair. Like, we can't just walk into someone's house. But apparently we've done that now. So we might as well ransack it. Well, that's very... I mean, on this occasion, I tried not to. I chose the option to leave it, but Paido went in through the back door and... Well, we might as well take the silver then. I don't think he's left it for his children or anything. Small sacks, each filled with nuggets of silver, are stacked in a huge mound that reaches almost to the ceiling. Seriously? No wonder he fought so desperately. You say, staring at this treasure hoard. There's enough silver here to pay a king's ransom. You may have to do that one day. You may take some treasure before you leave. Each sack of silver counts as one backpack item. Wait, how many sacks of silver can we take? Take it all. I mean, we can't really sell it for money, but we don't need half this stuff. We don't really need these potions. Get rid of that. Actually, yeah. Take lots of sacks of silver. In theory, you can have up to 8 sacks of silver. They're probably just trolling us. Like, there's probably no use for sacks of silver. We're just going to go on an adventure into the jungle carrying, like, a huge load of silver with us for no reason. Alright. Should we investigate the mine? Or continue along the valley? We have a lantern and a rope. Those are useful in mines. Go on then. An old wooden board nailed across the entrance to the shaft warns you to stay away. This silver mine was closed down shortly after the main tunnel collapsed. 20 miners were buried alive and their names are carved into the pit props that surround the entrance to the shaft as a memorial. As you scan the list of names, you hear the tap of a hammer breaking stone in the depths of the shaft. I was about to say we'll just leave the mine and move on, but if there's someone actually in there, maybe we should actually try and save them. What's going to happen? They just give us more silver? I don't know. Alright, we'll see. We'll enter the mine. We duck under the board and step into the gloom, taking care to tread lightly around the mounds of rubble and pools of water that obscure the tunnel floor. Soon the light from the entrance fades into total darkness. Ahead, the sound of hammering continues. We do have the lantern. In the flickering light, you see that the large section of the tunnel floor ahead has collapsed. Gingerly, you edge around the deep hole and continue along the passage. Steadily, the hammering grows louder until you arrive at a new tunnel branching off to the left. Recent excavation has exposed a rich vein of silver ore that glitters brightly. As you peer down this new shaft, you see a dwarf in a miner's hat hammering at the ore with a mattock. Call to him, I guess. The dwarf stops hammering. Is that you, Filcher? He asks, squinting along the tunnel. When he realizes you are not Filcher, he curses and hurls his mattock at your head. You duck aside, but the pick-like weapon spins past and catches Paido full in the chest. He screams and falls, dying at your feet. Desperately, you try to save him, but the wound is fatal. Anger wells up inside, and you turn to confront his killer, only to find yourself staring into the muzzle of a bore musket. You're gonna fire a musket in this tunnel which just recently collapsed? The dwarf pulls the trigger, and you are decapitated by the blast. Wonderful. It may be some consolation to learn that your killer did not escape unpunished. The shockwave of the blast brought down the tunnel ceiling and buried him alive. Well, that's some consolation, I guess. He got what was coming to him. Death 35. Alright, well, at least we found a way to avoid the Hellghast. Just don't go in the mine. I think this book has a bit of an excessive number of random strangers who will just kill you for no real reason, which is not great writing. I don't know. This book is maybe one of the weaker ones that I've seen so far. Because it hasn't always been like that. Like, sometimes people have selfish or ulterior motives, but the writing sort of makes it kind of hints at what they're up to or gives you options, but like here, come on, what was my option? I just walked in and he kills me. For what? For entering the mine? It's a mine. People enter the mine. Alright, well, dead. Alright, please give me combat skill. 2. Wonderful. Well, at least we know how to avoid the Hellghast, so we can do that. Alright, so if we're avoiding the Hellghast, we'll take Curing. Craftsmanship. Divination's really good, but let's try something different this time. Let's go with Animal Control. I mean, one day we might actually get to the jungle that's in the title of this book, and you would think that in a jungle, Animal Control might be useful. And so would Craftsmanship, actually. So we'll take Animal Control. I don't know if we'll ever get to this jungle though. Alright. Bow. Take the bow, quiver, rope, lantern, potion. No. I keep forgetting. I don't want the potion. I'll take the fire seed. Okay, starting again. We have, like, a way to get at least to, I think, this road here. The fortune teller tells us we should really be going through Mordor Forest. But we haven't really seen an option to turn and do that yet. Alright. Let's get my coffee. Okay, come on. We have spent a lot of deaths here, haven't we? This could be the record number of deaths? I'm not sure. It's probably close. Alright. From the top. Alright, so we go on the road. We go to the inn. We buy the food. We talk about the sister. We go there. We ignore the monks. Just ignore all people, full stop. That seems to be the key. Go to the ferry house. Take all this stuff. Broadswords and quarter staves are like not used much. Right. Right, and then we can actually board the barge. No, because the barge will take me right into the city, and we just do not want to go inside that city. So let's don't take the boat. Let me go here. Answer the riddle. Do not show him the pass. Camp out on the plane. Alright. Okay, we're here. So if we stop at the cabin, we end up murdering that person. But then we do end up with a bunch of silver. So it kind of works out. So should we do that? No real downside to it. He was probably not paying his taxes anyway, so he deserved it. We don't have this skill. Oh, bollocks. If you don't have divination, then you don't know he's behind the door. So and then we have to fight him. Oh no. Oh no. Well, he doesn't have much health though. And after 2 rounds, we get 3 combat skill back. Alright, well, we might win this. Not too bad. What are we on? Oh, we're on 8 HP. Alright. Rip 36. Not this time. We actually beat him. We had -8 for the first 2 rounds, but then it went up to -5 from that point on, which is not too bad actually. Because we were surprised. Now we can just steal all his silver. Give me all that silver. I want more silver. I don't know what we're gonna do with this silver because it's not like we can even own that much money, but I like if this game let you kind of like invest money in a bank or buy assets like property and stuff so that you can have a source of income for later books. We'll use that. Use that. Okay, and then take as much silver as we can carry. Right. Don't go into the mine, because the idiot dwarf in there just fires his gun and kills us both, because he collapses the tunnel. Continue up the valley. Oh man, they're really making us eat a lot. We've had to eat like 3 times in the past, few hours. The track continues along the rock-strewn valley floor through a thicket of stunted trees and climbs slowly towards a ridge of hills. their peaks worn smooth by countless years of wind and harsh weather. You stop briefly at a babbling stream to allow your horses to drink, and your rumbling stomach reminds you that you are hungry and in need of food. When the horses have quenched their thirst, you continue your climb to the ridge. You soon reach the crest and stare down on a sight that sends a shiver down your spine. In the distance, you see a pall of dense black smoke rising into the sky. By the way, Wugger, are you in the upcoming race, the Zelda race? On Struggle R. Oh no, wait, that's the 3D Zelda, isn't it? You only do 2D Zeldas. Ocarina of Time, isn't it? Alright. So, at its base, a fortress wall and a cluster of cottages are feeding the greedy flames. Ciada burns. To the north of the doomed town, an army of black-clad troops covers the hills. The black wolf-head banners of Ogier sway on long poles, fluttering grimly above the ranks of the merciless horde. Along the track, a great procession of men, women, and children come towards you, some on horseback, some in carts, and some with bundles of possessions clutched to their soot-blackened chests. They stumble forward in silence, their eyes filled with terror and despair. A soldier, bleeding from a wound to his head, rides past the crest shouting, "Turn back! Turn back! The armies of darkness are coming!" It is impossible to continue along the track northwards. The dirt road is blocked with refugees from Ciada, and the Ogian horde are poised to launch an attack from the hills. Only 2 courses of action are left open to you. You can turn back along the track, or you can ride west or across the hills towards the Mordor Forest. Well, that's what the fortune teller told us was the best option. The forest, Mordor Forest. So let's go through the forest. You and Paido wheel your horses around and follow the crest of the ridge. Expertly, you manage to steer them down a steep bank of loose shale, and then on at a brisk pace along a dried-out gully. Soon the gully becomes a stream of sparkling water, fed by an underground spring. A rumble, like the sound of a distant storm, warns you that the vast army of Zegron, war chief of Ogier, is now less than 20 miles away. You follow the stream until it enters a long corridor of towering trees that descend towards the bank of a swift flowing brook. Yeah, no, I expected you wouldn't be doing any 3D Zeldas. Let me just check. It's Garlips, Kramit, Kylo, and Markman. I wonder if they'll do a Majora's Mask ever. Like, I think they're proposing to do Ocarina of Time again next year, but they've done Ocarina of Time every Struggle R. It would be nice to change it up a bit. I think Majora's Mask is a really interesting one, especially for Archipelago, because it's kind of mixing in with the whole time travel mechanic. I think the time travel mechanic. I mean, to be fair, Ocarina of Time sort of has a time travel mechanic as well, but that's just a simplistic version where you can switch between adult and child. But Majora's Mask is a lot more complex because you can control time fluidly, and a lot of events happen at certain times during the day. I am going to do Majora's Mask sometime, maybe in a matter of months. Because it seems really cool, and also the ship of, what is it called? Somebody's built an engine that you can play like a really upgraded version of Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time on PC, like high resolution, high frame rate. Ship of Harkonnosis or something. Apparently it's released in 1.0 recently. So like if anyone is ever playing Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask for the first time, I think with that engine it would actually be a really good experience. Right. Might be interesting to play that. I can't really go back to the N64 Zeldas because of the frame rate. Yeah. I think this even gives you like mouse control and stuff in the menus and maybe even with the camera and stuff. Like it's I'm not sure, but I mean visually it looks really good at the very least. The Mordor Forest, says Paido, a note of trepidation in his voice. It was once a wondrous forest, a place of light and goodness. The trees grew strong, and the birds and beasts were the fairest of any forest breed. But the Mordor has grown dark and dismal of late. The Danarg encroaches, feeding its sickness to the soil and poisoning the saplings and the creatures that dwell there still. It is a doomed forest, doomed to become part of the Danarg swamp. You remount your horse and cross the brook. As you climb the opposite bank, you notice a set of freshly made tracks in the soft earth. Isn't it, like, in the grand scheme of things, Ocarina of Time is the book where the whole series basically splits into 3 different timelines? Is it Ocarina of Time, which is the turning point? I think it's like, depending on which canon ending you get to Ocarina of Time, is that basically all the other Zeldas fall into one of 3 timelines that stem from Ocarina of Time. I think that's how it works. It's like if you succeed, then you go down one whole timeline of different games. If you fail, then you go down another timeline of games, which includes like some of the older games as well, like A Link to the Past, which I believe comes after Ocarina of Time, like in terms of when it's set. And then there's like a 3rd timeline as well. I always thought they're totally independent. Sounds like a fan theory. I think it's a combination of a fan theory, but there is some sort of vague truth to it, at least within certain kind of like series and pairs or trilogies of games. Or at least there is a clear theme to some of the games where it's like the world is okay and Link is just kind of enjoying himself, like games like I don't know, I don't really play many Zelda games. And then there's certain games which fall into the theme where the world was destroyed and everything's horrible. And that's supposed to reflect like the one where you actually fail Ocarina of Time and Ganon actually takes over the world. We do have pathmanship. Let's go down this path. At first you think that the tracks are those of a black bear, the paw prints being of a similar size and depth, but a closer examination changes your mind. These prints were left by a biped, a 2-footed animal that walks upright. You have never before come across tracks like these. Judging from the size of the prints, you would be happier to avoid the creature that made them. You urge your horse up the steep bank and across the fallen branches that litter the trail beyond. Less than a mile from the brook, you hear the sound of rushing water. The track bears north, and you see a roaring waterfall cascading into a rocky pool, its surface lost in a cloud of fine spray. A huge tree has fallen across the pool, creating a bridge and the track leads straight to it. You are halfway across the tree bridge, looking down at the swirling spray and foaming water below, when a ghastly howl rings out above the thunder of the waterfall. You look up and stare slack-jawed at the creature that is advancing towards you across the tree bridge. Oh my. The creature gives a strange snickering cry as it slowly edges nearer and nearer. It is a huge, pear-shaped beast with a hunched back and a white lizard-like head. Awkwardly, it shuffles upright on two large hairy paws. At first glance, it looks as if two totally separate creatures have been joined together at the waist. The lower half is covered with a coarse, spiky fur, and the upper body is pale and hairless, heavily veined, with long, sinewy forearms. It raises its snout to savor the smell of your frightened horse and opens its fanged jaws. If you have a bow and wish to use it, do we... Like, is he actually hostile? Okay, he seems to want to eat our horse. I don't really want to engage in combat. Like, he's probably... I don't know. Well, it looks like he's going to eat our horse, so... But we don't want to... If we get into actual combat, we're kind of screwed. Maybe we'll be able to scare it off with our bow. We'll try and use the bow. Your horse is panic-stricken. The tree bridge is too narrow for it to turn around, and Paido's mount is so close behind that you are unable to back up without risk of sending them both over the edge. And the arrow misses its mark by several yards, streaking into the forest behind the creature. There is no time for a second shot. You shoulder your bow and make ready to draw a hand weapon as the beast closes into attack. Fuck. Well... -8. Size screener would actually help here. The slimy stench of the creature drives your horse wild with fear, forcing you to dismount and advance along the tree bridge to meet it. Suddenly there is a fearful cry as your panic-stricken horse careers backwards into Paido's mount. He fights to keep control of his own frightened horse, but the panic is infectious, and with a crack of splintering wood, their stamping hooves split the edge of the tree bridge. You watch with horror as both horses fall headlong into the watery abyss. Paido leaps from his mount as it falls, grabbing hold of the edge of the splintered wood. But it is wet and you can see his fingers slipping. Instinctively you move to save him, but the stinging lash of a clawed paw reminds you of the creature you must face first. Alright, this is a... Alright, we'll use the... Oh, we could have healed before this battle. We can't heal now. We'll use the potion to increase our skill. -6, which is not too bad, but... He's got 50 health. Ugh. No. Dead. We need good combat. Like, we just can't avoid combat. I probably shouldn't have shot him with the bow, to be fair, but... I mean, he didn't even look like a savage creature. He looks... He might even be able to talk. Maybe try talking some sense into it. Yeah. I mean... I would have chosen an option like that, but the option it was presenting to me was whether to shoot the bow or not. So I was like... Yeah, I probably should have just not shot the bow. But it wasn't clear whether it sort of meant whether you want to use your bow or whether you want to use your hand weapon, but alright, try again. 6. That's enough to fight him at least, if we need to. So we can actually take combat skills then. Weapon mastery, sword, bow. Sword, and let's take quarterstaff, because we actually get a free quarterstaff from the fortune teller. We'll take curing and hunt mastery, because that gives us the combo, which gets us a +1 combat skill. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Right, well, money is not too important. Take the bow and the quiver, rope, lantern, and a fire spit. Right. We go on the road, stop at the inn, buy the food, talk about the sister, ride east, ignore the monks, go to the ferry house, speak to the fortune teller. By the time I've done all these different paths, I'm going to be able to speedrun this game, seriously. Take the quarterstaff. Oh no, take the quarterstaff. All of this stuff. Can't afford the boat. Don't go there. Do that. Answer the riddle. 3. Don't churn the pass. Camp on the plane. Should we kill the guy in the cabin? We do have decent combat skill now, so it's probably not a bad fight at all. Yeah, go on. I want his silver. By rate to 3. Alright, easy enough. Hooray! Silver. Now we can just use the potions. We're rich! Alright, now go up the valley. And now we go west through the forest. Oh, we don't have partnership this time. Breaking and entering, murder, theft. Yeah, well. There were no witnesses. So... you never know, there may be a page later on that says, if you murdered the guy in the hut, turn to this page. So we don't have partnership this time. Basically the same thing happens. Alright. Let's not shoot him. Let's try and reason with him. We just fight him anyway. I should have just shot him. Combat ratio 0 is alright. He does have 50 endurance. Let's do a couple of hits first. Oh, that's pretty good. Anafeg is his name. We're on 23. Okay. He's dead. Well, for once, he started it. The foul creature howls its death cry and topples over the edge. Before it is out of sight, you turn and run along the tree bridge. Your hand outstretched to grab Paido's arm. Just in time, you save him. A moment later, and he would have joined the Anafeg and plummeted into the spray-filled pool. If only we could get rid of Paido. No, we're never getting rid of Paido. He's like a cockroach. Cockroach partner. For a few minutes, you stare silently at the pool below. Nothing stirs in the seething waters to record the loss of your horses or the passing of the dreadful Anafeg. All three have disappeared without trace. The distant thunder of battle pervades your thoughts, prompting you to leave the tree bridge and move deeper into the Mordor forest. The tall trees become denser, often forcing you to turn your body sideways in order to make any progress. Gradually dense undergrowth turns to a carpet of moss and blue-black lichen, which clings to your boots like mud. A chill overwhelms you as a thick and pearly mist seeps from the cracks beneath the trees. The many sounds of the forest have disappeared to be replaced by cold and eerie silence. I'm guessing if we haven't cured our disease by now, that would just mean we die. And the disease comes from the innkeeper who shoots you for daring to eat your own food in the inn instead of buying his food. He doesn't even tell you to put the food away, he just tries to kill you with a poisoned arrow. Twilight is approaching. As the sky above darkens, a black bird flies among the upper branches, emitting a shrill cry, which sounds unnaturally loud in the silent forest. It settles, stares at you for a few minutes, and then flaps away. A little later, you stumble upon a clearing. Shafts of ghostly moonlight pour through a gap in the black canopy of leaves, revealing a mound of earth rising out of the forest mist. You are both exhausted after the day's events and agree to stop here to rest. Paido takes a gold crown from his pocket and tosses it in the air to decide who should take the first watch. Heads or tails, he asks, the crown clenched in his fist. I don't know. Do I even want the first watch? We have a watch either way. Alright, heads, I guess. Paido reveals the coin. You have chosen correctly. You decide to take the second watch and settle yourself down for some much needed rest. The grey earth is soft and spongy and provides an excellent mattress. You pull your warm Kai cloak around your shoulders and slip into a deep, dreamless sleep. 4 hours later, you take over the watch. Your vigil passes uneventfully, and as the darkness of night gives way to the gloomy grey of dawn, you wake your companion and prepare to set off once more. Your sense of time slips away as you trek through the seemingly endless expanse of bleak grey trees. Slowly, you become aware that you are on an incline, and as your passage becomes steeper, you notice large outcrops of pitted volcanic rock. We're approaching the Danag crater, says Paido, his quietly spoken words echoing loudly through the eerie forest. Suddenly, you recall the words of Lord Rimoa during your period of preparation in Elzian. The Danag occupies the crater of an ancient and massive volcano. Once it was a lush jungle of fertile vegetation, but now it is a cancerous wound that poisons all who dwell there. By noon, you have climbed to the lip of the crater and begun your descent. Gradually, the tall, straight trees of the Mordor forest thin out, giving way to twisted trunks and stunted saplings as the land sinks deeper and deeper. Imperceptibly, the forest ends and the swamp begins. The ground is softer, and tall black rushes appear in clumps around misty pools of stagnant water. From tortured husks of trees hang thorny vines, as tough and as cruel as sharpened steel wire. So thickly are they entwined around some trees that they have strangled them, leaving empty coils where the trunks are rotted away. The stench of decay fills your nostrils in the humid yet cold air. You wade through ankle-deep slime for nearly an hour before reaching the edge of a huge murky pool. Whirls and eddies disturb its surface, warning off the creatures that lurk below. Tutelary means you've survived 2 books in a row. Like, I don't think we're ever going to get that. These books are getting harder. Skirt to the north or skirt to the south? I don't know. Go north. The withered trees are grouped more densely around the northern edge of the pool. A ceiling of vines crisscrosses above your head, and creatures slither against your ankles as you wade through the foul-smelling mud. Progress is very slow. Suddenly, fearful screams, like the baying of rabid dogs, sound from the mist-enshrouded trees ahead. A host of creeping creatures, each an arm's length taller than a man, rise from their hiding places. Black water drips from their corpse-green hides, and their toad-like faces betray their evil intent as they slither and shuffle towards you. We do have a fire seed. Let's use the fire seed. Snatching the seed from your pocket, you throw it with all your strength at a crawling lizard beast that is slithering towards you on its belly. You watch with dismay as the fire seed bounces off its soft, fibroid skull and plops harmlessly into the mire. Cursing your luck, you unsheath your weapon as the creature rears up to attack. Really? You are faced by a monstrous reptile. Its webbed, claw-tipped hands are poised to rend you in two. Well, we shouldn't throw the fire seed at his belly. We should throw it at the ground. Or a tree or something. Nearby. Combat ratio -2. That's not too bad. Alright, we've got him. Oh, now we have to fight this thing. You leap over the twitching body of the Gzlorg and help Paido, who is being forced perilously close to the pool's edge by 3 more of the growling swamp creatures. You strike from behind, breaking the back of one with your downstroke and opening the side of another as you swing your weapon clear. The back? I mean, these creatures don't even look like they have skeleton, like vertebra. Aren't they amphibians? Oh wait, no, amphibians do have spines, don't they? Yeah, they do. Paido falls, clutching an arm deeply torn by needle-sharp talons. His attacker turns on you, darting its head towards your throat with lightning speed. Its jaws gape wide as it lashes out with a sticky tongue, spraying your eyes with stinging saliva. Instinctively, you bend forward, your hands wiping the spittle from your face, a reflex action which saves you from the creature's grip as it leaps forward to strangle you. Suddenly, it lets out a gurgling croak and falls forward with a thick splash. You stagger back and open your bloodshot eyes to see it lying face down in the mire with Paido's dagger embedded in its back. "Look out!" screams your companion, as the last of the Gzlorg attacks you from behind. Oh man, wait, how much health have we got? 21? Let's do a couple of turns first and see what happens. Good. Very good. Very good. Okay. See, I was debating whether to use the +2 combat potion, but we don't need it yet. The Zlorg gurgles its last breath and falls dead, writhing briefly in the mud before becoming still with an uncanny abruptness. You turn to Paido and drag him away from the pool's edge, where his bleeding arm is attracting a crawling horde of hungry leeches. You leave the pool and press on along the muddy trail, glancing back once. No sign remains of the dead Zlorg. Their bodies have already been claimed by creatures of the pool. You tend to Paido's wound, using your basic high knowledge of healing to prevent an infection from taking hold before continuing deeper into the swamp. The ankle-deep ooze that borders the pool gives way to firmer ground, and you arrive shortly at a place where a tree bearing blood-red fruit overhangs a pool of clear water. You stop here to rest and dislodge the tiny leeches that are feasting on your legs. Paido climbs the tree to scan the horizon. He carries with him a Star Guider, homing device invented by the Elder Magi to enable their flying ships to navigate in the dark. It is sensitive to the vibrations of Corlinium crystals. The spire of the Temple of Orido is a solid Corlinium, and the Elder Magi have set Paido's Star Guider to home in on the vibrations emitted by the spire. Why didn't you guys just fly your flying ships to the temple then? By following the direction of these vibrations, you should find the Lost Temple. While Paido is busy adjusting the Star Guider, you decide to take a closer look at your surroundings. Examine the red fruit, or examine the clear pool. We look at the pool. Something's probably going to pop out and grab us. Let's have a look at the fruit. The red-skinned fruit is the size of an orange, and its peel is similar in texture to orange peel. Your Magmakite discipline reveals to your experienced eye that these fruits are not what they appear. The tree is dead and incapable of producing fruit. They are carnivorous animals that have taken on the outward appearance of juicy ripe fruits in order to snare the unwary. Just leave them alone then. When Paido finally climbs down the tree, well, that's a cool concept. A creature that disguises itself as a fruit. His face betrays his anxiety. What is wrong? You ask impatiently. There is no signal, he replies. I've scanned every direction with the Star Guider, but it can detect no Corlinium signal. It isn't damaged, of that I'm sure. It's simply as if the temple has disappeared. You take the device from Paido's hand and climb the twisted tree trunk. He shouts instructions and you set the dark Star Guider into operation. But why am I doing this? Like, he's already tried. Why is it going to be different if I try? Scanning the distant horizon and waiting for the telltale click that will reveal the direction of the Lost Temple of the Elder Magi. But Paido is right. There is no signal, and without a signal, there is no hope of finding the Lore Stone of Orido. You're about to abandon the search and jump down from the tree when you see something on the northern horizon that you hadn't noticed before. An island of red volcanic rock rises out of the mire. One of 4 flat-topped islands grouped in a diamond close to the eastern edge of the crater. Perhaps the temple is on the other side of that island. Perhaps that is why the Star Guider will emit no signal? You'd still get vibrations, wouldn't you? It's not like it's a radiation which is blocked by volcanoes. Wouldn't vibrations still go through? Well, I don't know. Maybe they would disperse within the volcano. Alright. Perhaps the temple is on the other side of that island. Perhaps that is why Starguider will emit no signal. You climb down and ask Paido what he thinks. He stares to the north and ponders the problem. Yes, it is possible, he just says thoughtfully. It is just possible. Hope returns and your spirits rise with the expectation of finding the lost temple beyond the Isle of Red Rock. You set off without delay, anxious to cover the 10-mile trek before the sun sets and darkness engulfs the Denarg. For the most part, the swamp mire is firm underfoot and the inhabitants pose no problems that cannot be solved by a few shouts or well-placed weapon blows. But as the sky darkens and you draw nearer to the plateau, the going becomes more difficult. A carpet of vines, thick with mold, covers a surface of muddy holes and hollows. Often a seeming puddle proves to be a bottomless fissure. Progress becomes so slow that you fear that you will never reach the island before dark. Oh, wonderful. Paido is leading the way across a tangled mat of barbed vines when a wave disturbs the muddy ooze below. Suddenly, the great head of a silver swamp python bursts through the rotting creepers and raises its tree-thick coils high in the air. Awesome jaws set with double-tiered fangs tower above you, glistening in the fading light. A drop of venom falls from the fangs and sets the quagmire boiling. Uh-oh. Oh, we have to... Animal control is not enough. We have to be a primate. Right, before I proceed, we have a chance to take a potion. Maybe... Oh. Well, we're almost full of health anyway, so... Go on. Combat ratio 0. 60 health, though. Oh, no! Reading ahead. The great snake flicks its tongue and lunges forward, intent on consuming you both in its massive jaws. Owing to the swiftness of its attack, you do not have time to use a bow. Unless you possess the Magna Chi discipline of curing and have reached the rank of primate. You always need these higher ranks. Double all endurance point losses you sustain during the combat due to the snake's venomous bite. Is there anything we can do at this point? Oh, we still got this. Alright, now's the time to take it, if any. So that gives us +2. Okay. Okay. What are we on? 9 health. Yeah, we really needed that +2. Without it, I think... it would have been close. The arrival of the swamp python frightened away the crawling denizens of the mire, but now they are returning to satisfy their curiosity. Hordes of slithering lizard beasts gather at the edge of the floating morass, inching their way nearer as they assess your strengths and weaknesses. Relentlessly, you push your way through the soggy vegetation until you reach the jagged rock wall of the island, urged on all the way by a hissing chorus of swamp creatures. Long streamers of moss-covered vines hang down the red rock wall in huge numbers, inviting you to climb onto the plateau above. After the uncertain ground of the swamp, the hard, jagged rock is a welcome relief. You make good progress, reaching the top just as the sun is sinking into a sea of scarlet mist that shrouds the eastern Danarg. In the fading light, you discover a trail that winds northwards through the knee-high foliage. A full moon bathes the island in its ashen rays, maintaining perpetual twilight. The trail enters a dense thicket of trees, and you can see that it leads to a settlement of crudely made huts. Dark shapes move between them, human once, but far from human now. Agree, says Pyro softly, but with fear in his voice. The man-beasts of the Danag. Come, let's get away from here while we still can. Swiftly and silently they leave their huts, creeping like cats stalking their prey. They move on 2 legs, although they appear better suited to loping on all 4s. You turn and run for all you're worth, but this is their territory and they know every fold in the ground. Swiftly they gain on you, forcing you to stand and fight. Try the fire seed again. And this time it should work, shouldn't it? The fire seed bursts into flames, blinding your pursuers with its sudden glare. You seize the opportunity to dive into the thick undergrowth that borders the track. Fido follows as you crawl towards the cover of the trees. The hysterical howls of the Gagrim fill the night as you scramble through the foliage. By chance, you stumble onto a track that skirts around the edge of the encampment and disappears to the north. It seems to be deserted. No. Let's go into the undergrowth. The undergrowth stops abruptly at the edge of a gorge. A gust of chill air wafts up from the yawning blackness as you totter on the brink. Suddenly, you are hit in the back and propelled into the yawning chasm. Hydo, who is following closely on your heels, has rammed into you and sent you tumbling over the edge. As you plummet to your doom, you hear his scream of anguish echoing in the void. Your life and your quest end here. Hydo! He literally just bumped into me and knocked me off a cliff. Oh my god, Pydo. Pydo is the biggest liability. If there was a way to get him dead, I would so do it. No! Hope we go back to being a lone wolf next book. Alright. It seems you just really need combat skill. Like, there's fights you just can't avoid. Let's see. 2 again? I mean, I wouldn't normally pick the combat skills if I have a 2. But we can't really avoid those fights, so we'll just try for it. Right, so far we haven't really made any good use of the bow. Well, there was an option. Alright, so it can be useful. Alright, so we use Curing. Pump Mastery. Like before, that's really the best combination. Okay, so the Fire Seed is actually quite useful, so we'll take that. And the bow and the quiver and the rope and the lantern. Here we go again. Alright. Go on foot. Go to the inn. Buy some food. Talk to the sister. Go east. Ignore them. Go to the ferry house. Talk to her. Take everything except the broadboard. Ignore the boat. Answer with the number 3. Don't show in the past. Camp on the plane. Maybe we just don't stop at the cabin this time. He's not a hard fight. But if I can avoid fights, I should. So we just won't. Alright, then we go west into the jungle. And then we fight this thing. Okay, use the bow first. There's a chance. Ooh, yes. Your arrow enters the creature's mouth, transfixing its tongue to the back of its throat. It gurgles and chomps on the feathered shaft, its claws fingered, scrambling to pull it free. In its frenzy, it loses its footing and slips, throwing open its arms instinctively to steady itself. Its claws ensnare your horse's bridle, and as it topples from the tree bridge, it pulls your horse and you over the edge. Uh-oh. So if you add 2 to it, it's impossible to get 0-1, isn't it? So if we've got Hunt Mastery, we're safe there. And then it dies. Okay. And then, what did I call last time? I called Heads. That seemed to work out, so we'll do it again. And then, so if you go north, you have to fight all those things. Let's go south then. Froth of green scum marks the edge of the pool, and you use it as a guide to avoid stepping too close to the water. On your left, the pools become more numerous, until you find yourselves walking a narrow strip of mossy mounds flanked by dark water. By the gods, grumbles Pydo, slapping insects from his face. How I wish for some good solid ground rather than this spongy muck. As if in answer to his request, you see a spur of volcanic rock looming out of the mud ahead, forming a causeway above the pools of greasy water. You follow it, and soon it splits in two. One spur disappears to the west, the other continues to the south. I don't know. South, I guess. Oh my. Less than 100 yards along this jetty of volcanic rock, you encounter a cloud of choking marsh gas. A pair of green, spindly-limbed creatures sits on the causeway, dangling their legs over the side and sniffing the stinking cloud with apparent delight. When they see you approaching, they hiss and bare their fangs menacingly. Leave them alone. Let's go to the west spur. Eventually, the volcanic spur slopes back into the stinking mire, and once more, you find yourselves ankle deep in cold black ooze. A chilling howl drifts across the swamp from the north, and for a few fleeting seconds you can hear no scuttling, slithering, or any other small noise. Okay, we're here. Alright. Don't bother with the red fruit. We'll have a look at the pool. The water looks so fresh and clean that you are tempted to use it to wash away the swamp grime that clings to your face and hands. Why are they asking me about the size screen? No, I'm not touching that pool. Alright, then this happens, and then this, and then we have to fight this. Alright, now is the time to use the combat skill. Damn it, we're gonna die. Dead! We should probably have gone for those other creatures instead of this. This Python's quite tough. Well, I mean, it's not terrible. If we get better combat skill next time, I can comfortably fight it. So we're on 38 deaths. Oh man, this book. Alright, what do we got? 1! Even worse! Come on, why? Weapon mastery, bow, sword, quarterstaff, spearing, hunt mastery, bow, river, fire seed, rope, lantern, Alright. Do this all again. Go on the road. Go to the inn. Buy some food and ale. Do that. This is the same thing every time, and there's no real RNG into it. We'll ignore the cabin. Go west. Alright, we have to use the bow. Nice. Nice. And then he dies. Cool head. Should we try calling tails? Go on and try calling tails. Hyder opens his palm to reveal the small gold coin. It shows heads. Bad luck, he exclaims with a grin. You take the first watch. He settles himself down on the mound of spongy earth and is soon asleep, snoring softly. You sit beside him, your eyes scouring the black spaces between the ghostly grey trees. The first half of the night passes uneventfully. In need of rest, you're about to awaken Paido when you sense something moving in the shadows off to your right. Two tiny pinpoints of light blink in the darkness. You draw your weapon expecting an attack, but you can no longer see the eyes of the shadowy creature. Paido wakes and takes over the watch, but the lingering feeling that you are being observed makes you uneasy and disturbs your rest, or whatever. And then we definitely want to go south, because that avoids the toads. So if we go south, we meet those creatures. Try that. Use the fire seed. You hurl the fire seed and it strikes the jagged rock directly in front of the hissing swamp dwellers. In the next instant, the swamp, the creatures, and the causeway itself are transformed into a searing ball of flame as the exploding fire seed ignites the inflammable cloud of gas. The blast badly burns your face and hands and scorches your tunic. Your body... What the fuck? Your body has shielded Paido from the blast, and he has escaped serious injury. He tends your raw, blistered face and bandages your hands with strips of cloth torn from his undershirt. Your injuries are severe. They reduce your combat skill by 5 points for the duration of this adventure, and permanently reduce your score by 3 points in future adventures. We're like permanently burnt. I mean, if this avoids the serpent, if we manage to get to the next book like this, we'll probably die anyway, and then we'll be unburnt. So, let's see where this leads. The causeway comes to an abrupt halt, its jagged edge overhanging a sprawling tangle of reeds, marsh thistles, and black moss. The pools of dark water are few, but the hazards are much greater than before. Those patches, says Paido, pointing across the wild landscape, are quicksands. You stare at myriad tan-colored patches where the weeds do not grow. Quicksand. Quicksand is a myth. It's not a real thing in the real world. I don't think anyone's ever died of quicksand. It's literally just like mud. You can wade in it, but you'll float. It's still not very dense. I don't think you actually sink in quicksand. But in this world, obviously, we will. But if we go back to the West Spur, we're going to fight that serpent. So let's go through the quicksand. Painfully slowly, you inch your way across the bog, covering less than a mile in 3 hours. As the sun sets, you find yourself in the middle of a thickening fog and decide to halt for the night and continue at dawn. Unfortunately, the Danard quicksands shift and settle like the ebb and flow of the tide, and during the night you're drawn into its depths to remain forever a prisoner of the bog. Okay, it's magic quicksand, because we were gonna camp here, weren't we? So we weren't in the sand. But the sand came up to get us. Alright, so it seems we have to fight that serpent. Alright. It's been 2 hours. So altogether we've spent like over 4 hours on this one book. Alright, can I... 3. Ridiculous. It's below average every time. Alright. Same things every time. We have to max out our combat score. Because we have to fight that serpent. I don't see a way around it. During mastery. Alright. So the bow, the quiver, rope, lantern. Fire seeds is useful, but don't use it on those guys. If we pass those guys, we end up at the quicksand, but... we should try and see if we can reason with them or something. Maybe they'll lead us to a new path. Alright, go to the North Road. Stop at the inn. Buy food and ale. Do this. All this stuff again. What happens if we turn back along the track? Try it then. Even at this great distance, you can feel the ground shaking as the Ogian army thunders onto the plateau that surrounds the burning town of Siada. You urge your horses down the track away from the crested ridge and make for the stream where you stopped briefly to rest. As you near the stream, a dozen mounted warriors appear, the pounding hooves of their jet black horses churning the water as they race along the gully to your left. Their leader, clad in a fearsome bronze helm, draws his axe. It is the signal to charge. With a blood-curdling yell, they sweep up the rocky bank and come thundering towards the track. Evade them. You steer your horse away from the track and gallop through a tangle of briars and bracken bordering the stream. Your ambushers follow in pursuit, the thunder of their horses' hooves and the clank of their armor echoing in your ears. It is a desperate chase, but the rough terrain works in your favor. After a while, your pursuers pull back and cease the chase. They've decided to go in search of easier pickings to harass the refugees fleeing from Siada. Nice. Yeah, go kill the refugees. Just leave me alone. And then we end up fighting this guy. Damn, now we have to actually fight him. Oh no. Bollocks. We can use this, but it's not going to make much difference. Dead. We're at 40 deaths. Probably like half of them were in this book. Alright, come on, please, just give me combat skill. 2! It's been 2, 2, 1, 2, 3. We still have to go with still have to try. Mastery. I will try and talk to those people. They don't like us, but maybe we can talk to them. Alright. Okay. Go on foot, let's go to the inn, buy some food and ale. Let's go sister. Go east. Oh, take the... Ugh. Take the quarterstaff. Okay, so don't bother. Just go straight to the forest. Alright. Hope we can one-shot him. Nope. So now we've got to fight him. -4. Okay, good start. Come on. Yes! Nice! What were we on? We were on 3 health. Okay, do heads, because that heals us. So we go south. Alright, so what are we on? 12 health. Right, we'll go just to see what happens if we approach these creatures. -15? That's worse than the snake. You can evade after 3 rounds of combat. If you have telekinesis and rank of primate, well, we don't have that. That's 8 points from your combat skill. Wow. So let's read the text. They snicker with malice as you approach slowly, your weapon held in readiness in case they attack. The smell of the marsh gas ties a knot in your stomach as you move deeper into the cloud. Paido halts. He can go no further. He drops to his knees and is violently sick. The creatures make a sound like laughter and slink forward to meet you in combat. If we can survive 3 rounds of combat. What are we on? 13 health. 1, 2. Nope, dead. I don't know what happens if you survive, but then there'll be the quicksand to deal with. But they're harder than the serpent. Alright, let's see what we get. 9! Max combat skill. Finally. Like, we could even take the boat this time. But then you have to fight the Helghast. Like, if we're ever gonna beat the Helghast, it'll be now, with, like, the highest combat and a decent endurance. Alright, we'll try to fight the Helghast. Maybe you get a really good reward out of it. Alright, so we'll take bow, sword, because you need to use Paido's magical sword, and a quarterstaff. Curing and Hunt Mastery. Oh. No, take Sight Screen. Protect yourself from him. Alright. Put lots of money too. Alright, so take the bow and the quiver. Fire seed. Rope and the lantern. Actually, I don't want to take the boat. Well, let's see. What happens if we take the boat? If we take the boat, we get a whole bunch of money and a silver box, whatever that does. And it takes us straight to the city. But we avoid the fortune teller. Fortune teller is the one that gives us the potion of combat and some extra things. I think better to go to the fortune teller. Alright, we'll go on the road. Stop at the inn. Buy food and ale. Do this again. East. We could even fight these monks. No, because we don't currently have a hand weapon. Take all this. All right. All right, we're into the city. Show them the pass. We can go to Copperpiece Lane or Hogfoot Run. Hogfoot Run is where the Fletcher's shop is. Alright, we'll go there. Oh, it's the ring. But we can't buy it because he wants one of these things. These are from previous books, aren't they? I don't know where you get Lodestone. We haven't seen any option for it. Alright, carry on. Alright. The watchtower never actually leads to anything, but we'll go anyway because they say come back tomorrow. Alright, alright. So we're here. Don't eat the meal. We do have side screen. Don't have that. Alright. Oh, what happened with the bow? Bow doesn't really do anything against him. If we strike the fireball, I think we get hurt. And we lose a weapon. Alright. We'll dive to the floor. Throw the dagger, but I don't think it really does anything. Alright, use Pydo's sword. Alright. -6 is not too bad. Let's do one hit first, see what happens. Okay, good start. 16 to 25. 12. Oh, damn it. Alright, use the potion to increase the combat. We just should have used it at the beginning. Ooh! What are we on? Oh, we're on 6 health. Okay, we got him. Finally, we actually killed him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We've still got the monks to deal with. The Helghast vents a cry of rage and despair as you strike the blow that seals its doom. It crumples and falls, its flesh transforming into a vile green gas. All that remains is the torn and shredded robe that once concealed its identity. Your mind reels at what has just occurred, but you dare not dwell on the fearful implications, for you can make out the sound of feet running down the stairs beyond the locked refectory door. You rush to Pydo's side and shake him, trying desperately to revive him. He groans, his head lolling from side to side as you drag him to his feet. There is now only one escape route from the refectory, the hatch in the wall that leads to the kitchens. You lift Pydo across your shoulder and bundle him through the narrow opening. But before you can pull yourself through, the door slams open and a rush of monks pour into the refectory. Okay, we don't really want to fight because we don't have much health left. Just go through the hatch. From behind come screams of outrage as the monks stumble upon the smoldering remains of the Helghast. "Stop the murderers!" they cry. "Stop them!" You jump to your feet and scan the room, your weapon poised to strike down any would-be attacker. Fortunately, the place is empty, the cooks having been summoned to the refectory. You sheathe your weapon, lift Pydo across your shoulder and run towards an open door at the far end of the kitchen. As you pass the steaming cauldron of stew, you catch sight of a stoppered vial of clear liquid. You stop to pocket the vial before running through the door and into the corridor beyond. At the end of the corridor are a wooden door and a staircase that ascends to the floor above. So we've got a vial. We don't know what it does though. Just be water. Enter the door or go upstairs? Try going upstairs. At the top of the stairs, you pass through a curtained archway and step into a large prayer hall. The central aisle separates the pews of white wood, which face a golden pulpit with a fascia shaped to resemble a flaming sword. Carefully, you rest Paido on a pew and examine the glass vial you found in the kitchen. Your fears and suspicions are soon confirmed. It contains poison. The clear, sticky fluid is sap from the Gnadern tree, a substance used frequently by assassins because of its lack of flavor or scent. The monks must have put some of this poison in the food that Paido unwittingly consumed. The sap is deadly, and you must act quickly if you are to save your companion's life. You hear the sound of running feet and the growl of dogs off the leash at the bottom of the stairs. Once more, you shoulder your burden, carrying Paido towards the far end of the hall in search of an exit. Behind a drawn curtain, you discover a door, but it is locked and bolted from the other side. The noise of your pursuers grows louder as they climb the stairs to the hall. You can hide in the pulpit. Fine, let's do that. You climb the steps to the pulpit as swiftly as you are able and rest Paido in the recess behind its sword-shaped fascia. By chance, his tunic snags on a hidden lever, and as his body slumps over, the lever is pulled to one side. Suddenly, the floor of the pulpit shudders and begins to descend into a secret passage beneath the hall. Carefully, you pull Paido off the platform and raise him into a sitting position, his back against the passage wall. Slowly, the platform rises back into the pulpit. In the silence of the secret passage, all you can hear is the shallow breathing of your unconscious companion. You lift one of his eyelids and note that the almond-shaped iris is fully dilated. Your basic Kai skill of healing informs you that he is in a coma. Please, take his life. We don't want him dragging us down all the time. He literally pushed us off a cliff. You concentrate all your skill on trying to save your companion's life. Placing your hands on his chest, you transfer the warmth of your healing power into Paido's poisoned body, breaking down the toxin by degrees. The treatment is slow and laborious, and it is dawn before you know for sure if your skill has saved his life. Bead of sweat on Paido's forehead is the first sign of his recovery. Slowly he stirs to consciousness, waking from sleep that was so nearly his last. He can remember nothing of the ordeal, and when you tell him what has happened, he shakes his head in disbelief. A Helghast? He says incredulously. How can it be? The servants of Dark Lord Gnag have infiltrated this monastery, you reply. They have kept themselves hidden, but I fear the day is fast approaching when they will rise up and wreak their havoc. Already they know our true identities, and I wager they know why we're here. This is bitter news, Lone Wolf, replies Paido, his face etched with worry. We can afford to delay no longer. If Telestria falls to Dark Lord Gnag before we reach the Danag, then the quest is lost. You nod in agreement, and as you cast your eyes along the gloomy passageway, you cannot help but wonder if the quest is already lost. With a shake of your head, you dismiss the thought and help Paido to his feet. The passage follows a tortuous path that leads eventually to a paneled door. A raised button activates the lock, and the door slides into the wall to reveal a strange room. Domed and hexagonal, its walls are hung with tapestries depicting strange and grotesque creatures. Numerous plinths stand upon the richly carpeted floor, each supporting a large bowl filled to the brim with a silvery liquid. Cautiously, you step through the secret portal and into this sumptuous chamber. What? Okay. One of the bowls begins to emit a faint humming sound. The surface of its silvery liquid swirls and glows brighter, casting a phosphorescent light onto the domed ceiling. The sparkling mist slowly clears and the strange image takes shape, condensing and forming into something wholly alien, something that resembles the head of a monstrous fly. Its great multifaceted eyes stare down at you, gleaming darkly with black fire, like two huge clusters of evil jewels. Kana Shokja Nadoka Gnag, booms a ghastly, rasping voice. Then, with a stifled cry of rage and recognition, the image clouds over and the light fades to a dull glow. The terrible visage of Dark Lord Gnag has disappeared. By the gods, gasps Paido, shocked to the core by what he has seen. What manner of beast was that? but you do not reply, for you sense that he already knows the dreadful answer. Swiftly, you search the chamber. Behind the throne-like chair of chiseled stone, you discover several useful items. Also, set into the back of the chair is a lever. It activates a portal in the opposite wall. The tapestry that conceals it is drawn aside, and you can see a stairway, flanked by torches, descending to a passage far below. Come, says Paido. This room chills my blood. You move to follow him as he descends the stairs, stopping briefly to kick over the bowl of glowing silvery liquid that projected the image of Darklord Knarg. We take the arrows. Oh, a quiver has a limit. Oh, so we need another quiver to take more arrows. Right, the meals. So, what weapons do we have? Bow and quarterstaff, that's fine. The stairs lead down to a vast network of catacombs that stretch in every direction. It would be easy to lose yourself in this maze of tunnels, but your Kai tracking skills, heightened by the pressing need to escape from the monastery, help you avoid the hazards and dead ends of these sprawling burial vaults. Following the sound of dripping water, you discover a circular stone trapdoor in the ceiling. Paido cups his hands around your foot and lifts you nearer the tunnel roof, enabling you to open the trapdoor. Early morning daylight streams into the passage as you lift the slab of wet stone and slide it aside. You have emerged at the courtyard on the north side of the monastery. Two monks stand guard at the double doors of a low timber-framed building on the other side of the paved enclosure. Fortunately, a line of bushy fruit trees that encircles the courtyard provide all the cover you need to avoid their watchful eyes. You crouch in the shadows and watch as the monks leave their posts to enter the building. Minutes later, the doors swing open and they reappear, both on horseback, and ride off through an archway to the right. The courtyard is now empty, but you curse their departure. The horses they are riding on belong to you and Paido. Whatever, let's enter the stables. The stable is full of fine horses, all of them as sound as sturdy as the mounts given to you by Lord Adamas. Paido acts as lookout while you saddle up two black stallions. You're making the final adjustments to their bridles when Paido hisses a warning. 4 monks coming this way. You mount your fresh steeds and gallop out of the stable, scattering the startled monks who had just reached the door. In an act of desperation, one of the monks unsheathes his sword and hurls it at your back. Deadly blade spins through the air with alarming accuracy. Oh god. Oh, hump mastery and divination? Okay, I think we're good. The sword whistles past your head and gouges a chunk of stone from the courtyard arch. You hear the monks shouting and you dig in your heels, steering your horse through the archway and along a narrow street that leads to the quadrangle. Another quadrangle! At this early hour, there are few obstacles to slow your escape as you gallop headlong through the twisting streets of Thara. It is not until you reach the town's north gate that you finally rein in your horse to a halt. And now we're here. So what did we gain from all of that? Nothing. I don't know if there's some major treasure you could have got by sticking around in that monastery, but that was just a whole massive detour and with a huge fight. So we can just skip all that next time. Alright, so we continue down the valley. Oh, we can kill the guy in the cabin. Why not? We've got good skill this time. Go on, kill him. Oh, we're actually... Okay, we're good. How much silver can we take? Alright, take all that silver. And now go up the valley, eat a backpack meal, why not? Turn here, go west. Or we could have actually fought the army as well, but their whole army probably would just die. Alright, we'll use the bow. Boom. And he dies. And now we'll go heads and go south. Alright. So south avoids the toads. And now If we go west, we have to fight that snake. We don't have the combat skill potion anymore. I'll be good. Our skill is good enough. Oh, we've got Pydo's sword. Do we not give that back to Pydo? Alright, Pydo, you don't have your sword anymore. Or your dagger. Alright, hopefully we can beat the serpent. We'll go west. Alright, then Pool of Water is what's Pool of Water? Side screen. We do have side screen. Your psychic skill reveals that the pool is nothing but an illusion. What you can see is a gossamer thin membrane which reflects the light so convincingly that it appears like water. It is virtually impossible to detect that there is a creature lurking in the hole beneath. Wait, so why do we know there's a creature there? Oh, because we just know that the membrane belongs to a creature? Alright, whatever. Leave it alone. Why are we disturbing the creature? Alright, then we fight this guy. +2, not too bad. Oh, but it's double all endurance point losses, so it's still pretty bad. We needed to preserve the combat skill potion for this fight. Even with full combat skill. Alright. Ooh. Damn, 10. He was on 11. That could have... If we didn't do that, I think we could have won, but... Alright, just don't go to Thero. Thero is nothing but trouble. Tharo. Also, we have to get max combat skill again, because we have to fight. The only option we had was use animal control. But you need the rank of primate for that. Eight. Alright, not too bad. Ooh, and good endurance as well. Alright, so we'll go weapon mastery, sword, bow, quarterstaff, curing, and hunt mastery. So last time we took side screen, we don't need that now. So I actually have more combat. Well, the same as before, but alright, so take bow, fire seed, rope. Alright. Yeah. Could actually fight them. How hard were they? Will we get anything out of it? Well, we won't know until we try it. Alright, go on, let's try fighting them. -11, oh god, they were really bad. Worse than the Hellgast. Oh, you need animal control for them. Oh, dead. Alright. Just stick to the original plan. Just go back to the jungle. 43 dex. Alright, what do we got? 7. Combat skill is getting worse and worse. Right, curing and hunt mastery. I wonder what happens if we go to the mill. Could just kill the guy in the cabin. I don't think we need the silver. Let's just continue. Right west. Okay, try for the bow. Nope. Now we have to fight him. Combat ratio 1. Ooh, ooh, 2 crits. Nice. Pretty good. We'll be at full health for the serpent. Alright, we'll leave these things alone. Right. Combat ratio 1. But double endurance point losses. Let's take a hit first, see what happens. 4-8. Yeah, we'll use the combat. It's +3 now. Nice. Alright, and then we come here. So the fire seed was a good option. Let's do that. Now, if we rush into the undergrowth, we get pushed off the cliff by hiding. So let's not. Alright, an hour passes and you breathe a sigh of relief, glad to have left the Gagrim settlement far behind. You forego a rest and press on along the track until you reach a promontory. What is that? Promontory. Damn it, why isn't Thai? A point of high land that juts out into a large body of water, a headland. Oh, it's one of those. That's called a promontory. It's also called a ridge, isn't it? I think a ridge technically doesn't have to be into water. It could be into anything. Like it could be into a canyon or something. Alright. Day breaks, and the view it brings fills you with awe. Perched on this rocky peak, you can see the sheer vastness of the swamp in all its frightening glory for the first time. Haido activates the Star Guider and scans the horizon, but even before its telltale clicks are heard, your eagle eyes have spotted the glint of the temple's Corlinium spire. To the west, beyond a sea of sickly green-black vegetation, stands the Temple of Ohrido, imprisoned but unaffected by the swamp. The howl of the Gagrim echoes across the island as you make your descent by rope and vine to the wetlands below. We don't even need to use our rope. You reach the rocky base and set off across the mudflats, following the Star Guider's signal now that the spire is hidden by the swamp mist. Oh, spider. Oh, it's the spider from the book cover. Around a pool of slimy water are gathered a group of vine coils, hollow and funnel-shaped like gigantic rusty springs. They support a huge spider's web. There is no sign of the web's maker, although Judging by the size of the rope-like strands, it must be a creature of enormous size. You give the pool a wide berth before finding your way back to where the Star Guider's signal is strongest. A creeping bank of mist rolls across your path, and the maker of the web looms out of it. Kaido stifles a cry as this hairy abomination scuttles towards you, its venomous maw poised to bite. I'd rather evade it, even though we got decent combat skill. We should probably use the potion now, if anything. I'll use the small potion. Try and evade it. You turn and run through cloying, ankle-deep mud that saps the strength in your legs. The gigantic spider scuttles closer, lowering its yellow head ready to scoop you into its maw. If you are to escape this creature, you must do something to distract or delay it. So if we had a meal, we can take instead of like rope or something. This is the first time we've used a meal for anything other than just like when you have to eat a meal. I'll bring a meal next time. Alright, we have to fight it. Let's see, how much health have we got? 23, 26. Alright, we'll use another of these potions to get to full health. The gigantic spider closes in for the kill, its fangs dripping with sticky black venom and its coal black eyes glinting greedily as it savors your scent. Sure, let's use the bow. Waiting until the last possible moment, you release your arrow, sending it burrowing deep into the creature's eye. It roars with pain, its legs scrabbling the mud as it sways and then crashes down with a mighty splash. You do not wait to see if your shot proves fatal, but shoulder your bow immediately and follow Kaido as he picks up the signal from the temple spire. We didn't even have to roll for the bow that time. After your encounter with the Tarn spider, you are both in need of a rest. Kaido is optimistic that you will reach the temple by sundown if you could avoid encountering any more of the Danarg's hostile inhabitants. Yeah, well. It is late afternoon when you see the Temple of Orido rising majestically out of the swamp mists and tangled vegetation. The sight of this towering ziggurat is so breathtaking that you are both stunned into silence as you feast your eyes on its untarnished splendor. Tier upon tier of gleaming white stone, shaped and formed into perfect symmetry, confronts you. Huge foundation slabs support a level carved of golden rock, inlaid and decorated with gemstones. Above that sit strata of precious metals, and then levels made up of crystal slabs whose facets reflect the colors of the rainbow. Upward climb tiers of ruby, sapphire, and emerald that offer up a wedge-shaped spire of pure collinium crystal to the sky. At its base, the swamp has shrunk back as if repelled by the radiant goodness of the temple. The perimeter of lush grass leads to a staircase of solid amber. You follow Kaido as he ascends towards a pair of huge triangular doors set into the second level. Everywhere, the glitter of gemstones and the gleam of precious metals radiate a purity unspoiled by the Danarg. Kaido completes the complex procedures that open the great doors taught to him by the Elder Magi in preparation for this mission. They part and you enter, stepping on a floor of glistening gold, a floor that has lain undisturbed for 7,000 years. The great doors close with a whisper. Let's make the music a bit more darker. You follow Kaido along a corridor of gleaming silvery metal that dazzles your eyes to a hall carved from solid crystal. Icicles of diamond hang from its ceiling and reflect in a floor set with mosaics of 1,000 shimmering squares. Approach the crystal dais, Lone Wolf instructs Kaido, pointing to a radiant circular plateau of pure quartz. But even as his words leave his lips, you are already walking towards the plinth, drawn by a strange compulsion. You mount the dais and a flood of golden light pours down from above, bathing you in its warm, cleansing rays. You raise your cupped hands as if offering up an invisible gift, and a tingling sensation runs the length of your arms and spreads through your body, giving you an incredible sense of well-being. A A ball of sparkling light is taking shape in your hands. It condenses into a radiant crystal filled with golden fire. It is the Law Stone of Horrido. Well, we got the Law Stone already. But we're not going to be able to leave so easily, are we? Restore your current endurance score to its original level. Won't that bring it down? Because we started... Oh, it's fine. Okay. The light fades and you step down from the dais, your senses aglow with a newfound wisdom and strength. Having witnessed the fulfillment of your quest, Kaido beams with joy as you return to his side. He congratulates you and bids you follow as he turns towards an archway of silver set into the crystal walls of the chamber. Come, Lone Wolf, we have a long journey ahead of us, we must leave without delay. The thought of returning to the dangers of the Danag fills you with dread. Kaido senses your anxiety. Don't look so dismayed, he says, still smiling. This temple will provide the means for a safe return, you will see. Is it just going to teleport us out? Intrigued by his answer, you follow in silence as he leads you through the archway and up a long flight of marble stairs to another chamber, also constructed of crystal but veined with a marble that glistens like liquid fire. It is solid corlinium. At the center of the chamber, its hull resting on a cradle of steel, is a Levitron, an ancient skyship. Like everything else that you have seen in this wondrous temple, the craft is untarnished by time. Kaido ushers you aboard and prepares to power the craft. A shudder runs through the hull as the engines rise in pitch, and slowly it lifts from its bed of steel. The chamber is built in a spire of the temple, and the roof now slides open to allow the Levitron to rise into the darkening sky above the Danag. Kaido sets the controls and sets the ship's Starguider on course for Elzian. There he joins you at the bow rail for one last look at the Temple of Orido. It glows red in the light of the setting sun, but the shimmering glower is blemished by shadows that swoop back and forth across its tiers. You assume it is just a trick of the twilight, until your ears are filled by a sudden and terrifying shriek. You look up to see a squadron of black-winged Kran swooping down on the Levitron. Kran, the very first enemy of the game. And we've been attacked by them so many times. On the backs of these leathery creatures ride red-robed Vordaks, hideous servants of the Dark Lords of Helgadad. In their skeletal hands they wield staves of black iron which crackle with blue fire. As the Kran screams past, a stream of liquid blue flame pours from its rider's staff. Of course we don't have the Summer Sword. That means we have to survive 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 books in a row. No, we don't. Huh. The sky screen would help us here. If we can last 7 rounds, we get this option. Alright. The liquid fire tears into the Levitron's rail, twisting and melting the shiny alloy as it cuts into the hull. 2 more of the Kran swoop in and hover above the prow. Their riders leap onto the deck and begin attacking parts of the superstructure. "Stop them!" screams Kaido, drawing his sword. "Stop them or we're doomed!" You leap from the bow and run along the main deck, your weapon raised to strike. I have a feeling if we get... I was thinking this option will be a good option, but I have a feeling it's actually bad. That they destroy the ship. Well, anyway. Alright, well the ratio is not too bad. Let's try. Damn, we took more damage than we needed to there. Damn! 11 health left. If the combat lasts 7 rounds or longer, do not continue with the combat, but turn immediately. Oh, what? As you fight, the Vordak succeeds in driving its black steel sword through the side of the ship's pressure tank. We need the combat potion for that fight, not the snake, because we need to end that fight within 6 rounds. And we need higher combat skill. This book's really, like, normally you can get away with not having good combat skill by taking other options, but here, like, that option, after collecting the Lore Stone, there were no choices. You had to fight that, and you had to beat them quickly. A blast of liquid gas hisses from the hole, freezing the Vordak in its petrifying spray. From above comes a stream of blue fire that ignites the escaping gas. There's a flash, and in a fraction of a second, the Levitron is transformed into a colossal ball of flame. Your life and your quest end here. Oh, this book is ridiculous. Okay, I know the path now. But we can't do it unless we have high combat skills, so... Worst possible combat skill. Oh, we might as well just suicide. In this case, we should just try other paths, see if there's some interesting other path that we don't know about. Like, what can we do with this? That last fight will be there no matter what if we get to the temple, surely, unless there's another way of approaching the temple. So, I mean, the only chance we really have of succeeding, we still have to go all in on combat. So, sword, bow, quarterstaff. So if we choose Sai... What was it? Sai... Green. That last battle said that Sai Green will give us a +2 for that battle. And that's the key battle, so maybe we should take Sai Green. We got the worst combat skill though. Whatever, we have to try this. Alright, so, I mean, the bow lets us beat the spider without a fight. Fire Seed lets us beat a fight as well without fighting. Meal is actually helpful. So we'll take that instead of the rope. So, take the lantern. Oh, no, we don't need the meal because we have the bow. Spider. Take that. Alright, whatever. Okay, so we go here, go... I'm tempted to see what's at the mill, but let's just try it. Kaido dismounts and peers through a cracked window set into the rough stone base of the mill. Looks deserted, he comments, his sharp eyes probing the gloomy interior. How about up there, you suggest, pointing to a platform that juts out from the side. Kaido climbs a rickety wooden staircase that clings precariously to the mouldering stonework. Just as he reaches the top, he halts in mid-step. Slowly, he raises his hands above his head. He must be in danger. You watch with bated breath as the point of a spear moves slowly into view, its wet tip glinting dangerously. Man's voice, gruff and demanding, challenges Kaido to state good reason for trespassing on his property or to suffer the consequences. Kaido answers with a sound far louder than you ever imagined could be made by a human voice. The force of the shout hits the man like a clenched fist, slamming him backwards through the timber parapet. He lands with a dull splash, spread eagled atop a mound of manure and rotting vegetation. A Keros power word, explains Kaido in an answer to your unspoken question. Someday I'll teach you the technique, Kai Lord. Or if we're here, we might as well search the mill then. Meal. Map of Tharo. Yeah, well, I'm gonna go to Tharo. Alright. We don't have money for the fortune teller. So... But if we go to... Continues with arrow. And now we have to deal with this guy. Alright, we're gonna lose this, but let's just, how many meals do we have? Or just eat the meals, whatever. Motivation -8. We're gonna lose to this one. We don't even have the potion, so we can't. Dead. We... Come on, just roll for good combat skill. Give me a 9 and we should be okay. 5. Give it a try. Alright, so do we take side screen this time? So that's useful for the final fight. And the final fight is what matters. Take the bow, the quiver, the fire seed. We don't need the lantern or the rope, just take the potion. We'll take the lantern as well. Alright, so we go back to the inn, do this. We're losing so much health to... Alright, go... No, don't want to go west yet. We can heal if we just waste more time. So we do this, and then this. And then evade them, and this. That lets us heal a bit more. Alright. Now we have to fight him. 0... Alright, whatever. Alright, so we're on 23, that's not too bad. I'm wondering if we should play around with these things. Let's try the red fruit. Oh, we know it's an enemy, but we don't have Hunt Mastery. -2 is not too bad, oh, but we lose so much health. Oh. Dead. We need max combat skill, it's so stupid. I think at this point, it's just a case of resetting for good combat skill. 7 is better. Quiver, fire seed, potion. Alright, just heal a bit. Nice. So side screen lets us play with the pool. Just do that just to see what happens. Prod it, go on. The edges of the pool roll inwards and smother the tip of your weapon, revealing an egg-like creature lurking in the hollow. Snaky tendril lashes up from a hole in its shell and tries to grip your wrist. It is a non-edged weapon. Can we change weapon? It's a non-edged weapon. The membrane and the tendril hold your weapon in a vice-like grip, and you're forced to abandon it for fear of the tendril coiling around your arm. Oh no. Well, we can't give up the quarterstaff, because then we can't fight the snake. We have to give up the bow. Next time we should bring a broadsword, because it's sharp. I'm sure there'll be a next time. We're not beating this round. Alright, we give up the bow. And then we have to fight you. Combat ratio 0. Nice, good start. Good start, good start. Yes! But that's so lucky. Like, how often are we going to get that luck? Alright, but now we don't have a bow to scare off the spider, which is an issue. We use the fire seed here. And we've got the spider. If we try to evade it... Oh. Should bring the meal. Well, we won't lose the bow next time. Combat ratio 2. 52. Mind blasts. Oh, double all endurance point. Fuck. Alright. No, we're not surviving this. 1. Like, could use this potion, but no, dead. Alright, just don't lose the bow because we need it to it just ends the spider fight. Alright. Again. 8. Alright, this is doable. This is doable. Take the broadsword this time. Skill. Curing and size screen. Alright, so take the bow and the quiver and the fire seed and potion, lantern. Come on, it's getting ridiculous. It's going on for hours. We're close now. I know the path. It's just we just need good luck on in the combat. Take the broadsword instead of the quarterstaff. Make sure the broadsword is equipped. Oh, yeah, it is. Alright. Should try the pool of water again. Side screen. Prod it with a weapon. This time we use a sharp weapon. Your weapon cuts through the membrane and penetrates the creature's shell. It emits a shrill noise, and the shell implodes, drawing a swirl of dust and air into its rotten core. You step back as a foul stench rises from the hole, and wipe away the ichor which stains the tip of your blade. What was the point in that? That did nothing. Alright. Combat ratio 1. Alright. Nice start. It's okay. Nice. 9. Yes! Alright, we have a chance here. And we still got the potion of thingy. We use the fire seed on these guys. And we're healing for all these points, so we should be back to full when we get to... use the bow. Now we're in the temple. Oh, yeah, it fully heals you anyway. Okay. Now we're fighting those. We have a higher ratio. We have to kill them in 6 rounds. Right, definitely use the... this. So let's read this again. So if we didn't have side screen, we'd have a -2 combat skill. So yeah, side screen we need for this fight. Alright, let's go for the... Is 2 higher than 1? No, 2 and 1 are in the same column. Alright, fine. 1. Okay, that's 2 turns to kill the first one. Went grocery shopping, any progress? I think I probably died like 4 or 5 times during your shopping trip. Like, I can consistently get almost to the temple, but it's just like... Either I die to the snake. Alright, this is the second time we got all the way to this final boss. Let's put the music on. And it looks like we might be able to do it. But we have to beat them in 6 turns. 1, 2, 3... 6 rounds or fewer. Suddenly more shrieking Vordax crash down on the deck. Kaido is immediately engulfed by the red-robed figures. He is outnumbered, but he fights with a tiger-like tenacity. His blue-bladed sword tearing deep into their loathsome bodies. You are running back across the main deck when a new danger confronts you. A Kran sweeps low across the skyship, dropping a cluster of black crystal cubes that scatter across the deck. So divination would help here, but... Wait. Let's just use all my healing potions at this point. $19. $23. Just go to full. Right. Kaido shouts for help. The Vordax have forced him back to the rail and he is in danger of falling overboard. Oh no! Kaido has been nothing but a liability. Those black crystal cubes, they're probably bombs though. We'll take the cubes. Frantically, you scramble across the deck, collecting and hurling away the cubes as you go. Each cube is vibrating with an energy that is set to rip it apart, and as you cast the last one over the side, you see the others, many of them exploding with dull booms in the swamp far below. We were so gonna die if we went for Kaido instead. Kaido screams for your help. A swooping Kran rider has cast a large net, smothering his body. The net is sewn with hundreds of tiny barbed hooks, which have worked their way into his skin and clothes, and he cannot free himself without the hooks inflicting fearful wounds. Only one Vordak remains to confront him. All the others have perished on his blade, but he is now unable to defend himself against this creature. He is at the mercy of a merciless foe. You scramble to your feet and rush to save him as the Vordak creeps closer. Suddenly, the Kran rider reappears, gliding low across the deck before hovering over the bow. A length of thin black rope dangles from its saddle, and hurriedly the Vordak threads it through the corners of the net. You race up the steps, shouting, "For Sommerland!" and launch your attack. The Vordak turns to face you, its skeletal features frozen in a mask of terror. An instant later, your weapon shears its bony neck and sends its skull-like head spinning down into the Danag. A ghastly cry pierces your ears, but it is not a shriek of pain or despair, it is a malicious caw of triumph. The Kran beat its massive wings, and the downdraft forces you to your knees as the creature climbs higher into the darkening sky. You stare aghast as the rope closes the net around Paido and lifts him off the deck. Instinctively, you leap upwards, your hands outstretched to grab the barbed net, but it is too late. The Kran turns in midair and flies off to the north with Paido, wounded and helpless, swinging like a netted fish beneath its leathery black belly. Just take him, I don't care, I just want to get this book done. Anger and frustration well up inside you as you helplessly watch the Kran and your captured companion disappear beyond the horizon. Gradually your anger gives way to sadness as you ponder his fate and wonder if he will ever survive this cruel abduction. You pray for his safety, calling on the spirits of your ancestors to watch over and protect him, and as if in answer to your prayer, you feel a sudden calm engulf your senses. The power of the Lawstone, transfused into your being the instant it appeared in your hands, has greatly increased your intellect and awareness. With confidence, you know that Paido will survive his ordeal, and that one day you will meet and fight again side by side. No, please, no! I never want to meet Paido again! He screwed up everything! The return voyage to Desi is a swift but lonely journey. The Star Guider ensures that the Levitron stays on course for Elzian, and as you cross the canal which encircles the city, a pilot skyship arrives to escort you down. During the voyage, you have discovered how to control the Levitron, and now, as slowly as you approach the landing platform of the Tower of Truth, you disengage the Star Guider and make a faultless landing. Lord Ramoa and the High Council have gathered to greet your return, and upon hearing of your successful quest, their hopes for the future are renewed in spite of the sad news of Lord Paido's capture by agents of the Dark Lords. The High Council listens avidly as you recall your treacherous journey through Talestria, the perilous trek across the Danag, and the wondrous discovery of their lost temple. When finally you have completed your account, they applaud and pay tribute to your courage and daring, their faces beaming with pride. But despite their joyous greeting, you sense that something is wrong. They seem distant, as if their minds were preoccupied with the solving of a difficult and perplexing problem. You ask Lord Ramoa if all is well, and he replies, "You have grown in perception, Lone Wolf. Many things have occurred since last we spoke, and although your quest for the Lawstone of Horrido has succeeded, the peril of our age has grown ever more deadly. The Dark Lords have now wage open war throughout Magnamund, and many lands have fallen before their Jack legions. Talestria has been overrun. So too have the Stormland nations." What, all that in like a couple of days? Sommerland stands firm against the armies of Dark Lord Knag, but she has lost her southern province of Ranon. Not Ranon! All the bandits were in Ranon. This shocking news fills you with an urge to return to your homeland, yet to do so would defeat the Magna Chi quest. Lord Ramoa bids you follow him to the chamber of the High Council. Set into the floor is a circular well, brimming with a silvery liquid metal. Ramoa kneels and touches the surface as slowly a vision takes form within the shimmering depths of the pool. It is a fortified city surrounded by rolling hills. You look upon the city of Dahu in the land of Anari, says Ramoa, his voice now solemn and composed. The Lawstone you must find next lies deep below its streets, in an ancient city that was built during the dawn of Magnamund. The vision of Tahu heralds the start of a new and perilous episode in your quest for the Magna Chi. If you possess the bravery and courage of a true Kai Master, the challenge of Tahu awaits you in Book 9 of the Lone Wolf series entitled The Cauldron of Fear. Tahu? Where did he say that is? The land of Anari. Let's see if we can find it on the map. Anari. Anari is what, like the province? Shadaki and Shadaki. Okay. I don't see like a heading. Oh, there's Anari. Oh, Anari is right by our home. So we are headed to Tahu. Here. That's where the next Lawstone is. So we have 3 Lawstones. We need, what, 7 to become like a master Magna Kai or whatever, become the next level of Kai. So they said the Dark Lords have already spread to Ruranon, which is here. The monastery, we just had it rebuilt. And I'm storing money there. No, I'm not, because we died. Everything gets lost, even the stuff you store in the monastery. It's really cool that they give you the option to store stuff in the monastery between books. But it's mostly pointless if you just die all the time. We can save the game in the next book. Alright, so this will be next time. Book 9 out of 29, so we're like... almost a third of the way there. And it's getting harder and longer. We don't have a good mix of abilities here. We've got Weapon Mastery, Curing, and Side Screen. So we don't really have any... Side Screen is not actually a good power in general. It was good in that particular book because of the final boss, but in most cases all it does is prevent a bit of damage. You'd rather take something which would improve your combat skill, because that just gives you better dice rolls. Side Scream, yeah. It used to be called Mind Shield. I think next time we'll take the Hunting. So, yeah, the Hunting, because it gives you a +1 combat when paired with Weapon Mastery. Combat is just really important. And we've got high combat right now, so we can focus on combat. That last book was ridiculous. There was too much combat. They didn't balance it well. Like, I don't think... I'd have to look at the flowchart. Like, someone's constructed a flowchart for every book, like show you exactly where you go and end up. But it looked like all paths end up at certain fights, like the Serpent and stuff. You're overdue with your Darkwood stream, by the way. Well, I was planning to do it today, but now I've overrun with this. I guess I'll have a bit of time before I want to watch the Wheel of Struggle race, which is... Yeah, there's probably a bit of time to squeeze in a bit of Darkwood, but I was hoping to do like a big stream of Darkwood and maybe finish it if I happen to be close to the end. I'm not even sure about that, but yeah, I'll do one today, even if it's just a short one. And that will lead into the Zelda race, which is in like 5 hours time. It might not be long away, maybe in only an hour's time or something. I don't really need to do much, but Uh, what's after that? We've got Trials Evolution on Thursday. I need to figure out when we're gonna... Well, we haven't decided when we're gonna do Titanfall. It's probably gonna be in January at this point. I don't know if I'll have good internet then. Alright, we'll see. Echo the Dolphin. That's not how you spell Echo. They've spelled it E-C-H-O, the Dolphin. Right. So, what did we carry forward? We've got some arrows, so we probably don't need to take more arrows. We've got fire seeds are pretty useful. We've got a pass, which we didn't want to use. Lantern, elixir, yeah, nothing really special, but we'll probably die anyway. Although we've got quick combat, that's usually the most important thing. It's annoying that that comes down to a dice roll. Like, they could have made like a point buy system, like in D&D type things, where you just invest points in things. Because that last book, literally, you would have to reset until you rolled the right dice. If you rolled 5 combat or lower than that, then I don't think you would be able to beat it. But to be fair, I think that was just a badly written book, that last one. The whole point of being a lone wolf is you kind of use your skills to get around combat when you can. And pick the fights that you have the upper hand in. Yeah, the whole point of being a lone wolf is being a lone wolf and not having bloody Pydo follow you everywhere and push you up cliffs. That was the downfall of that game, Pydo. Maybe there was an option right at the beginning to, like, have him die or something. But every page was written with Pydo in mind, so there'd have to be a whole different half of the book, which is devoted to no Pydo. The flowcharts, let's see if we can bring up one right now. Because they're quite an impressive thing to look at. Kai Chronicles flowcharts. It probably took, whoever made the flowcharts, it probably took them many, many hours to make, but nowadays I bet I could just ask ChatGPT to analyze the book and it could probably do it in like seconds, because you just got to look for the turn to page so-and-so thing, but you got to be able to interpret the sentences, but ChatGPT can manage that fine. And it's in dot format, which is a very popular format for flowcharts, so that's easy to write scripts for. Yeah, no. Yeah? No, not that. Ah, yeah. No, these are not the good ones. Where are the good ones? Flowcharts, dot. Ah, here. Oh no, that's not even for Lone Wolf. Oh yeah, it is. It is. No, this is the source code. Just give me the flowcharts. All right, forget it. I'll find it for next time. Wait, this is it. This is the forum that I found before. It wasn't here. Here it is. Here it is. Number 8 was the one we just did. Here we go. Jungle of Horrors. We can zoom out. So that is the flowchart of the whole book. Red ones are combats. Whoa, whoa, there's way more there than... Oh, alright, so if we take a look at this. So if we went to the inn, that's where we went. And if you don't buy the food from the inn, then you just immediately start fighting Boran. What's this part? This is the mill. Oh, this is the, oh no, this is when we go on the barge. So let's have a look at this. Was there a way around? Okay, so then there's these puzzles. Oh, interesting. There was a way around the fight. Oh, no, no, no. You fight him either way. Okay, so there was no way around the Necromancer fight, and that was a pretty tough fight. So that was unavoidable. If we went... So that was the monks. If we went to the city... What's this? Born the Bower? We never even met him, whatever that is. What is 204 then? 204 is the quadrangle. 204 is the quadrangle. So no matter what you do here, let's see. Is there anything? Okay. Oh. Hang on. So those lead to the Helghast. Wait. Those lead to the Helghast. That's if you go to the temple. If you go elsewhere, you end up at the Helghast. The Helghast. Yeah, no. You can't avoid the Helghast. The only way to avoid the Helghast. And then you got the monks. And then you got the hunting dogs. Does it lead to anything good? Like, at the end of all of this stuff? Like, 347 takes you out here. I don't think that anything good actually comes from this. Waste of time. But what we did was we... Even though we had the pass, we just pretended we didn't have a pass, and then we managed to basically skip the whole town. That's the way to do it. And it took us here. Rogue Miner. This is where we murder the guy in his house. And then this is quite linear from this point on. If we go... Okay. Wait. How do we avoid the Ragu? No. That's the other thing. No, the Corcuna, the snake. How do we avoid the Corcuna? By having the animal... Oh no, we couldn't have that because we weren't high enough rank. This is the snake. So if we wanted to avoid the snake, we'd have to not only have animal control and rank primate, but we also have to pass this dice roll. And you got to get 7, I guess, which is like, if you don't have invisibility, then there's a very low chance. And then you'd get past him. See, that was actually probably the hardest fight. And then all these lead to... Oh? There was a way around the Gagarin? Wait, so here we could have gone... Oh, no, the Gagarin. The Vordak. No, you can't avoid the Vordaks. You have to fight them. See, that's forcing you into fights. You can't do this with low combat skill. There's just no way. In 6 rounds. Look, the whole flowchart compresses here. It just wasn't really good. It wasn't linear. And then all this leads here. Fine. As if we didn't pick up the cubes. Alright, that's the first time I actually analyzed one of these flowcharts. It's interesting to see how it's designed. Like, by comparison, if you look at the very first book, this is actually a bit more non-linear. Like, there's a bit more branching and cross, like, weaving. I feel like he made it a bit more non-linear here. And then it converges here. And then it spreads out again. This was actually quite a big book. Alright. "47 deaths. Half of them on this book, probably. Oh! I almost closed the tab down. Let me save. Alright. Alright. That's it. Took us total 5 hours or something. Alright, see you next time, Lone Wolf.